Gerard, can you hear the screen? Yes, it's
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Good. There we go.
So
And we say that we have a maximum 30 minutes, but if you can keep it to 25, so much the better.
okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2. What I want to talk about today is what I'm calling antebellum Karabakh, or Karabakh prior to the war of September of last year. And what I'm going to do is review some pre-war attitudes in the Republic and talk about some of our research. The research results I'm going to present here are part of a larger project. You heard John O'Loughlin talk about it yesterday. It is a project that's supported by the National Science Foundation in the US and also by the Research Council of the UK. With Kristen Bakke as the lead PI for that part of the grant. So it's a joint collaborative project, transatlantic project, Irish-Norway axis of research. The larger project is one that investigates the in-between states, the states that are Russia aligned, that are non-aligned, and that are NATO aspirant states, Belarus, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia. And we also are looking at the contested territories in between. And Karabakh, of course, as you know, is deeply contested for a long, long time between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The larger context, and we heard about this yesterday, is it's a post-colonial context. It's a context which is shaped by the fact that the Soviet Union collapsed. The Soviet Union was not a typical empire, but it was an empire, a structuring of power around a power vertical in Moscow. And as you all well know, part of the wave of nationalism that overwhelmed the Soviet Union began in the South Caucasus and really began in Karabakh, in the contestation over where Karabakh and the people of Karabakh were to be located. So this is the kind of more generic representation of the context in which you have a nationalizing state, a secessionist region within it, that secessionist region having ties to a metropolitan state. But there is a larger context here, and that is that you have scales above this in which you have competition between different powers. Now, what this translates to in the case of Karabakh is really a very complicated scalar set of relationships. So what I'm going to present to you today is really some results from ordinary people in Karabakh, but the degree to which their opinion counts, and it does count and it's important, but the degree to which it structures their fate is very much limited by the context within which they find themselves. And a number of people are born into this context. And so that's what we're studying here. We're studying sort of unrecognized states. But what I wanted to add to the discussion yesterday is a sense that we need to have a thick understanding, a scalar understanding of this sort of structuring field of power. And in the case of Karabakh, it has its own local dynamics, which you all well know in terms of the territory that was claimed and the territory that was seized. Its contested nature between Armenia and Azerbaijan. It takes on a symbolic significance for multiple constituencies. it becomes this synecdoche of Armenianness to the diaspora. And it is deeply contested, as you know, between Armenia and Azerbaijan. But what changes quite significantly in 2020 is the larger relationship between Russia and Turkey, and the dynamics of that relationship are really absolutely central in shaping the fate of Karabakh. And then that relationship has to be seen within the larger competition between the EU and the US over the direction of the in-between states, with Russia and with China as a player also. So all of these things are connected, all of them are entwined, and so having a sense of that is extremely important in order to grasp this particular conflict and the dynamics that characterize it. So let's talk a little bit about the survey itself and the features of the survey. So this was a survey which was conducted in early 2020, before COVID. It was part of this larger project. So the vast majority of the questions are determined by the broader enquete, which was shared, which was asked in all the locations. And so there were only a few site-specific questions which built upon our previous research in the area. Dr. John O'Loughlin and myself and Vladimir Kolosov had visited previously, and we did research in 2011. Kristen Bakke did research, I believe, in 2013. And so we allowed that research to inform the questions that we asked this time. The sample size is 820, and it was, it occurred in a now unique moment in time. It was before elections in Karabakh, which were held in March, April, and then there was the new president sworn in May of 2020. This is, in one sense, it's a tragic situation. And in reflecting on this, some of the people who participated in this survey may be dead now. I hope that's not the case, but this area has suffered a tremendous trauma, and so we need to sort of keep that in mind. So in going over the results, this is a presentation of a world in one sense that doesn't exist anymore. At that time, the mood, 65%, they were asked, what's your mood? It's a sort of standard question. So 0.6% represented themselves as fearful at that particular time. I also wanted to underscore another interesting feature of the survey, which rhymes with some of the things that John O'Loughlin talked about yesterday, and that is, we as political scientists and political geographers and others are very caught up in our own categories and our own particular interests. But, people even in very contested areas may not be interested in politics. So we asked the degree to which people are interested in politics, and generally it is higher. We know this from our research down the years. It's higher in contested areas than in non-contested areas. But even for, 37% of our sample described themselves as not interested in politics. Of course, the tragedy or the reality for de facto states is that they may not be interested in geopolitics, but geopolitics is interested in them and in their protect the fate of the territory where they live. And so it's that sense of a larger structuring that we need to keep in mind. The direction of Nagorno-Karabakh, 45% said it was going in the right direction, 26% is going in the wrong direction, do not know, 23%. So what we're looking at here is an antebellum Karabakh. It's a Karabakh that doesn't exist anymore. It's prior dispositions. So let's get some sense of those, because they inform the current moment that Karabakh finds itself in, and the residents of the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic. And I'm saying Karabakh and Nagorno-Karabakh Republic. Of course, I need to have an asterisk there, and is be aware that there is another very important meaning of Karabakh, and that is what its meaning for those from Azerbaijan and those who were displaced from the region, and now are very hopeful about the possibility of return, although I'm sure that's bringing all sorts of heartbreaks and difficulties as they, rediscover territories that are places that they've known from their childhood and have known very well, and are now in terribly ruined states. So what we're looking at here is the territorial visions before the warfare, attitudes towards Armenia, attitudes towards Russia, and towards peace and return of the territories, because these prior attitudes obviously are very relevant in the current moment. So let's talk first of all about the territorial visions. And you will know that there are lots of different maps now of what Karabakh is, what Nagorno-Karabakh is, and how it is to be represented on the map. This is one from RFE, RL. This is another one from EurasiaNet, which has a legend that I have never seen before. It's really quite kind of fascinating, and instead of it saying Karabakh, it says land with no scheduled cession to Azerbaijan. And as you probably know, if you are a faithful reader of EurasiaNet, there was a fantastic article by Josh Kushera talking about how effectively Karabakh has been abolished as a place as far as Azerbaijan is concerned. So that is, deeply concerning, obviously, for those who are living in this region. Now, prior to the war, all of you will be familiar with this sort of aggrandized vision of Armenia that one finds in the kind of everyday cartography of the country and the map logos that characterize Armenia, this kind of sense of it as organically connected, as the two territories organically connected. You don't have a sense of one being a disputed de facto state there and another being an internationally recognized state. You do in the little inset map have a greater sense of that. But my co-author in an article on this, Lawrence Broers, has written what is, I think, the definitive book on the power of the geopolitical cultures in both Armenia and Azerbaijan to represent Karabakh. John O'Loughlin and myself have written on the general question of land for peace. And in that research, what we did is we looked at the fact that there really are 6 different visions of Karabakh amongst the Armenian community living there, or 6 different ways in which it could be conceptualized. There's the NKAO, the Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast, which is the Soviet-created entity whose borders effectively everyone was looking to abolish. When you go to Karabakh, that wasn't a presence on the ground at all. It wasn't marked, but it is, I think, a sort of a ghost border which remains extremely relevant and appears on all maps, or pretty much all maps to this day, that are produced internationally. And I don't need to, I think, remind you of that too much. Then there's the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic as it was declared in 1991, which also claimed territory that was part of, claimed territory beyond the NKAO. So Shamiyan provinces, which were part of Azerbaijan, were also claimed Armenian settlements in those areas. Then the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic, as of 1994, were de facto, they acquired all of the territory in the 7 provinces surrounding Karabakh, and of course that was accompanied by a massive displacement of 700,000 odd people. And you know, some horrific conditions of violence and displacement, and just ugly war that characterized this conflict. Then the NKR that of 2006 that marked the recodification of territories which were initially not claimed, and were seen as bargaining chips for a peace settlement. Then over time, as you well know, were recodified as being part of Karabakh, as being territories that were actually liberated. And then, you know, the greater emphasis on Artsakh as sort of an ancient Armenian territory, which was being reinvented, reimagined, as sort of carrying on this ancient Armenian presence in the area. Then this idea of sacred Armenia, where the emphasis is on less the ancient state, and more on religion and on Armenian churches and kapchars and just religious objects, and constituting it as Armenian because you have Armenian churches in the area. So all of these are different geographies and different visions of Karabakh. And the research from 2011 underscored the degree to which the NKAO was not of any significance to the residents of Karabakh. That what really mattered was their conception of the territory was that it was Artsakh, and then it was also an historic area. So that was, you know, 10 years ago, that particular vision and the sort of dominance of this idea of Artsakh. Well, we asked that question again in February of 2020, but we sort of simplified it, and we essentially said, is Karabakh, where is Karabakh? Is the Karabakh the NKAO, or is Karabakh a land with Armenian churches? And overwhelmingly, people affirmed their vision of Karabakh is that it is this sort of topo-ecclesiastical conception of territory, which is territory is defined by its sacredness, by its by the markers of ownership being Armenian churches. And so that was the dominant vision. And the more secular Soviet vision was very much swept aside. Now, let's talk a little bit about Armenia and unification and the attitudes towards Armenian unification. Well, the Velvet Revolution, as you know, brought Nikol Pashinyan to power. He visits Karabakh. And he actually goes further than other Armenian leaders who were from Karabakh in giving this speech, famous speech on the 5th of August in 2019 in Stepanakert, where he said, you know, Artsakh is Armenia, the end. And that's, of course, it's a slogan that was a commonplace and is still a commonplace in Armenia. But what I think was really kind of interesting is him leading the crowd in this chant of unification. Of course, this was seen as deeply provocative in Azerbaijan, and was another strike against the possibility of the reset of relations between the two countries. Now, we asked about this, and we specifically asked about Pashinyan's call for unification of Karabakh and Armenia, and whether it should be supported or not. And the results are really quite interesting. So the number that agree it's very high. It's higher, counterintuitively, in Armenia than it is in Karabakh. And that is in part because of the fact that politics is at work here, and the degree to which there was support for Pashinyan in Karabakh was in question, because the leadership of Karabakh was so closely associated with the old regime, with the Karabakh clan. It was a very kind of difficult challenge for Pashinyan to sort of establish his patriotic bona fides, and so he sought to do that with this speech and this performance in Stepanakert, but there was still quite a degree of skepticism about him, and I think that's reflected in these particular results. But I think we'd all welcome hearing from others on this particular question. Those are the results as we found them. Attitudes towards Russia. Well, as part of the larger project, we asked this question, asked respondents to place their particular territory, their country, on a 10-point scale as to where it is and where it should be. And these are the results from Karabakh. So as you can see, on one scale, 0 is the West, and 10 is Russia. And of course, this is, this is a binary, this is a sort of a test of a mental geography. So you can see that a lot of people put Karabakh in the middle, where it is, but notice where it should be. There's a considerable, the sentiment is that it should be closer to Russia. Those are the particular results that we found from that. From 2020. Military relations with Russia. This is a question that we asked in all the different locations. And it's a sort of 3-point Gutman scale where you are measuring degree of intimacy. The first one is a more general, generic, we want good and positive relations with Russia, then we want military cooperation with Russia, and then the third question is the most intimate. It is, we will allow troops and bases to be established in our country from this place. What I want you to note about this is the degree to which in Armenia they allow troops and bases. It is at 70%. Now, we all know that Russia already has a base in Armenia, and so that's simply affirming that for the population there. So I don't think we should read too much into the fact that the yes on that question is lower in Karabakh. And I'll tell you why by showing you some other slides on that. But it's worth keeping in mind, nevertheless, as we move forward. And so here are the other slides and why I kind of said what I said. Trust in Russian President Vladimir Putin. In Armenia, the degree to which you have a certain segment of the population that has no trust at all, it's 32% or so. Trust a little, trust a lot. You can see the quite significant difference between Karabakh and Armenia in trust of Putin. Now, we know anecdotally that that was impacted by the war. And there were, I remember reading newspaper reports where people saying, I used to trust Vladimir Putin. He hasn't come, he hasn't done anything for us. And so it is possible that that has changed. You know, obviously there's been a major shock here, and quite a number of things will have changed. However, it may not have, because of how the war ended and how it has unfolded. That's just an open question. Which power is the greatest status? You can see in Karabakh, Russia by far, more than in Armenia. And I should note that the figure on Russian bases, wanting Russian bases or being content with Russian bases in Armenia, is the highest of all the places that we measured, higher than Belarus and anywhere else. So attitudes towards the return of land and the return of people. So I asked John O'Loughlin about some of the questions we had from 2011. So these are results that John O sent me quite recently, which are responses to sentences that we had from the 2011 survey. Now, the 2011 survey was dedicated to Karabakh. It wasn't like the 2020, which had just a limited amount of region-specific questions. So better that there's no peace agreement. Now, this is 10 years ago, but you can see the degree to which there is a sort of uncompromising attitude here. So focusing on the gray, Nagorno-Karabakh will have to give up territory in any negotiations. Strongly agree, 10%, agree, 15% disagree, and then look at that strongly disagree figure. So very, very high a group that are not reconciled to the possibility of that at all. Now, contrast that to the one question that we did ask on this general topic, which is some lands of Karabakh should be returned to Azerbaijan. This is from February 2020. You can see strongly agree and agree. So that's over 50%. And now, of course, if we could do it again, we could probe further on that. But there is something tragic about the fact that there was some evidence of changing sentiment towards the return of land to Azerbaijan before the war. Conclusion. This is a de facto state that has suffered a massive shock. It's still in existence, but there's at least 6,500 people have died from this conflict. Most of them were soldiers, but there was also quite a number of civilians. We all saw the ways in which the Stepanakert was shelled, and the types of munitions, cluster munitions and others that were used there. So we need to simply have a degree of sensitivity to this very, very difficult situation. But what we're seeing here is a shattering of a micro world. And it's rather aggrandized spatial visions of itself. So it's now a condition of shock and recovery. Clearly, Russia is the empowered broker in this situation. But, then what has happened in Karabakh was really a function of the move by Turkey into the area and its significant tilt towards Azerbaijan, and Russia being okay with that to a degree. So the Russia-Turkey relationship is, I think, the key structuring relationship here in the area. And I have a last bullet point there, which is Ukraine first. And I want to hear from others on this. I'm just wondering, because Russian-Turkish relations have looked like they're now going through a rough patch, whether Russia's emphasis on Ukraine and it having greater priority in its geopolitical calculations, therefore means that Turkey has sold drones, of course, to Ukraine. Whether that is going to be something that erodes the Russian-Turkish relationship, and then what does that mean for Karabakh? Because Azerbaijan may ask Russia to leave after its peacekeeping mission is up, but whether Russia will leave, and we know there's passportization of the population going on there. A lot of how this plays out, I think, is shaped by the Russian-Turkish relationship. So I'll stop there. And, you know, this is joint research. So I don't know if Kristen is with us, but John O'Loughlin is with us and would have things to say too.
Thanks a lot, Gerard. Very interesting indeed. Let's see. We still don't see Sergei here, which means that, or is here? No,
unfortunately, no. Everything was planned 2 days ago, but I don't know what.
So, meaning that we will move on to the next on our agenda, which is Nona Nazarian and Anita Khaturova. I don't know which one of you will do the presentation, but it's all still on Nagorno-Karabakh, on local realities and global processes. Please, the floor is yours, or the screen, I guess.
Okay, I will start. I will do the first part of the presentation, and then I'll give the floor to Nona for the second part. So, do I share the screen? Do you see my screen?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. So I'll just shortly introduce myself first. I'm a PhD student at the Université Libre de Bruxelles, Free University of Brussels. I'm carrying on a PhD research on Nagorno-Karabakh, and particularly on the issue of emotions and affect and how they influence wars and protracted conflicts in particular. And well, I mostly use ethnographic methods and qualitative methods. I've recently come back from Nagorno-Karabakh, where I was doing some field work together with Nona. And so the presentation we are going to give today is more of an overlook of the post-war situation, with an accent made on the interactions between different actors and on the transformations that occurred following the trilateral deal. My slides are not very elaborate. They're mostly photos that we've taken during our stay in Karabakh. I will start. So the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war has reshaped regional power relations in the South Caucasus, bringing in new actors, Turkey and Russian peacekeepers, and obliterating others, the OSCE Minsk group. As you know, the now commonly called 44 Days War between Azerbaijan and the Armenian forces ended with a sweeping defeat for Armenia, which lost 3/4 of the territory it had conquered in 1994, including the regions of Hadrut and Shushi within the Nagorno-Karabakh enclave itself, leaving some 40,000 Armenians permanently displaced. Here on the map, you can see that the southern part, the gray part, which includes 3 districts of Azerbaijan and the southern part of Nagorno-Karabakh enclave, and some bits of territory in the north that have been actually taken by the Azeri forces in the course of the war. And then in green, you see the territories that have been handed over to Azerbaijan. So in orange, it's the part that is still controlled by Armenia, by the Armenian forces. So the war has been extremely destructive. We today count more than 4,000 dead soldiers on the Armenian side, with numbers continually growing as search operations continue and find new bodies. There are between 1,500 and 2,000 disappeared and 10,000 wounded. There have also been around 77 civilian deaths as of the latest reports among the civilians. And so apparently around 200 prisoners of war currently held by Azerbaijan, including 60 of them taken after the signing of the ceasefire. There were important destructions, mainly civilian infrastructure. Here you have a photo on the left of a house in Martuni, on the right side of an electric station in Stepanakert. So the Azeri forces are now very close also to the Armenian settlements of Nagorno-Karabakh. Some villages are even cut in two, with one part being under the Azeri forces and the other still controlled by the Armenians. You have other photos. So on the left, it's a bomb, so a hole left by a bomb in Martuni on a football field. You see it's quite huge, and the other photo is just part of a rocket shell that is used in Stepanakert to grow crops. So the trilateral deal signed by Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Russia on November 10. So according to this deal, Armenia agreed to withdraw all her military forces from Nagorno-Karabakh, thus officially surrendering her role as the guarantor of Karabakh security. The role has been taken on entirely by the Russian troops, who, contrary to other de facto states in the post-Soviet area, namely Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Transnistria, have had no presence in Nagorno-Karabakh up to last November. So their deployment in what is internationally recognized Azerbaijani territory is an important new factor for with new implications for the region. Now, what do these transformations mean for the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh and how they affect the lives of the people living there? These are the questions we will attempt to tackle in this presentation. It is based on 3 field trips we made between December 2020 and February 2021. And we'll address the issue of the peacekeeping forces and their interactions, both with the de facto authorities of Nagorno-Karabakh and with the population, the dynamics of reconstruction and repatriation, and current political and social processes with Karabakh internal structure. So there is a lot of ambiguity with regards to the Russian peacekeepers. So initially, point 3 of the trilateral agreement says that 1,960 troops, here I'm quoting, armed with firearms, 90 armored vehicles, and 380 motor vehicles and units of special equipment shall be deployed along the contact line in Nagorno-Karabakh and along the Lachin corridor. Now, everyone who goes to the region today can witness that the extent of the Russian military deployment is much wider than indicated. Not only the numbers of troops is is 2 to 3 times larger, but the military equipment being transferred to the region is much more elaborate and vaster. We often hear locals report that they have never seen such an important quantity of military equipment. It is also not clear what the mandate of the peacekeepers is. So they have a very strong presence in the Lachin corridor, where they have established numerous checkpoints. They do act as border guards, and since the end of January, they have been restricting access to Karabakh to foreign citizens. It appears that the Russians are now deciding on granting entry visas to foreigners, and it became almost impossible for journalists to get in, but also for many foreign humanitarian organizations. In practice, the granting of access to Karabakh is now an issue of bargaining between the Russians and Azerbaijan. So the Russians also do humanitarian work, such as demining and the distribution of aid, and assist the search and rescue operations. They also help mediate possible conflicts between the Azeris and Armenians. It should also be noted that they engage in some underground activities with regards to the Armenian-Azeri mediation, such as facilitating a sort of black market of Azeri petrol. Indeed, there are instances of Armenians buying cheap Azeri petrol cheap petrol from Azerbaijanis near Shushi. They also accompany visitors in tours to religious and cultural sites. We have taken one such tour to the Divank Monastery, and it very much resembles a communication operation aimed at showing how welcomed and professional they are. So it's very much it really reminds you of some Soviet propaganda, and so they have their own photographers. They call journalists, local journalists, to ask about the opinions of the Russians. They inform you on how to behave when they take pictures of you, and so on. So the attitude towards them among the local population is also ambiguous. Just for the comment, on the left side, you see the Divank Monastery with a part of the Russian base. There's really a huge Russian base at that site, and well, it's located in a region that's been transferred as a result of Armenia's defeat. So it's in Kalbajar, and there's been an agreement between the Azeris and the Russians that the site will be still accessible for Armenian visitors. And so once, I think it's every Sunday, there is a bus with Armenian visitors going to Dadivank from Stepanakert, but also from Armenia. So yes, the attitude towards the local population is also ambiguous. While many have shown to be enthusiastic about their presence, the prospect of being granted a Russian passport is an issue very widely discussed in the population. There is also a feeling of discontent as to their management of things and the perceived objectives of the Russians. In any case, one can certainly feel a defeatist acceptance of the Russian hegemony. There is now a joke going around in Stepanakert, one of Stepanakert's neighborhoods where the Russians established themselves, is called Hai Kavan, which literally means the place of the Armenians. And now the local taxis in Stepanakert, they have renamed that place Rusavan, which then means the place of the Russians. So now when you get into a taxi and ask the driver to drive you to Hai Kavan, they say, "What Hai Kavan? You should say Rusavan now. It's Rusavan here." So yes, there is an important feeling of distrust as well, as has been said in the previous presentation also. So beyond the fact that Russia's perceived inaction during the 44 days of the war is considered by some as a betrayal, some aspects of their activities within Karabakh are regarded by the locals with much concern. In Taravat, a village of the Martuni region, which is now, part of which is now controlled by Azerbaijan, and so including the cemetery, the school, and most of agrarian land, and part of which is still under Armenians' control. Villagers say that Russians do not march to protect them. They do not feel that they are here to protect them. There are only some 50 meters separating the Armenian positions and the Azeri positions. And local police also complains that they say, we feel like they are here to protect the Azeris from us, and not the other way around, because they stand behind the Armenians instead of being between the Armenians and the Azeris. As to the relations with the de facto authorities, they're starkly more univocal. The cooperation between the Russian forces and the Nagorno-Karabakh authorities indicate there is some recognition of Nagorno-Karabakh authorities by the Russians. In fact, so the commander of the peacekeeping forces, Rustam Muradov, apparently when he addresses his letters to the president of Nagorno-Karabakh, he writes, "Mr. President of Nagorno-Karabakh." So there is a strong cooperation between the two. At the same time, it reveals a strong relation of subordination. In effect, Arai Karutinyan has been an effective executant of the Russian agenda in Karabakh in terms of reconstruction, repatriation, and on other policy issues. It is important here to note that the recent law passed in Nagorno-Karabakh parliament on the status of the Russian language, which has been voted as an official language now, the second official language. And the recent visit of the Russian Deputy Minister of Defense, Dmitry Bulgakov, to Karabakh without an agreement with Baku have provoked outrage in Azerbaijan. And lately we have seen demonstrations in Baku demanding that the Russians leave Karabakh, and Ivan idi Damoy, and all kind of slogans. So Arai Karutinyan, fragilized internally after the war, has been engaging in relation to the Russians in what we have termed Dolma diplomacy. It's stemming from his efforts to please Muradov by making sure he's treated to all kind of local foods, and especially dolma. But of course, it's it's mostly because he's been very much active in carrying out a very pro-Russian agenda, namely by appointing also very pro-Russian ministers, such as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, David Babayan, but also in maintaining some kind of stability in the post-war period, and managing the situation, the opposition. So now I will hand it over to Nona will address the dynamics of reconstruction and repatriation, and also internal dynamics with relation to the civil society and opposition. I don't know if everyone understands what's written on the image, or if I need to translate it. So it's an image that's been circulating on social media a few weeks ago, that's been shared by local Armenians in Karabakh. So it's written, the Armenian radio is asked, Russia always comes to the rescue of the Armenians. Why aren't you happy? And the Armenian radio answers, couldn't Russia once come to the rescue of Azerbaijan because we are running out of land? So it's quite some strong criticism of the Russians, and it's been liked and shared a lot. So yes, I will now tap here.
Hello, my name is Nona, and it's my pleasure to continue this presentation. Let me just... I have my part of presentation, and I just want to say thank you very much for this fascinating event. And I also would like to say thank you to Volkswagen Foundation for financial support, making my trips to Karabakh possible, together with Anita. So I have my presentation as a continuation, but I can't make it here. Demonstracja ekrana, da? Okay. So I'm going to talk about the dynamic of reconstruction and post-war repatriation. In parallel with the fast deployment of Russian troops, the reconstruction of Karabakh and repatriation of displaced Karabakhi people has followed at an extremely rapid pace. Number of measures and financial motivations have been put in place in order to bring people back. The President Araik Harutyunyan the President Araik Harutyunyan made a decree stating that that by December 1st, all civil servants should be back to work. Otherwise, they would lose their positions, as many others would be ready to occupy them. They have also released a great amount of funds for reconstruction and other social issues, part of which they're provided by Armenia. But overall, it's quite unclear where all this money is coming from. So the de facto government not only committed to paying the communal expenses like gas, electricity, water of the population, they have also been paying rent to the absent owners of houses and apartments for refugees who settled in them. This stands in stark contrast with the rules prevailing after the first Karabakh war, when families whose men had deserted during the war, they were simply expropriated. Most of these social programs made available by the Karabakhi authorities after the war require a Wi-Fi connection, which not only helps make the process more transparent, but also raise civic activity and awareness among the population in terms of what their rights and obligations are. This, as we observed, is having some healing effect as well. The extreme rapidity with which all these processes are performed is with no doubt due to Russia's impulse and efforts, which needs a maximum of people back and well-functioning administration. When you cross the Latin corridor, being an Armenian, it's almost certain that one of the Russian border guards will ask you why you will not come settle in Karabakh. In any case, the interactions with the border guards are always very interesting, because whether intentionally or not, they tend to give you a lot of information. It seems that the Russians are contributing enormously in terms of humanitarian and financial aid, and Anita highlighted, and they have, among other things, brought around 12 tons of glass for reconstruction, and have been very active in aid distribution and the restoration of electricity and water systems. Their presence, however, and their complete domination of the Gharabaghi authorities is putting at risk the significant freedom that Gharabaghi civil society had benefited from and democratic processes that have been going on previous to the 2020 war. Despite the terrible war losses and the Russian presence, these moods have all but tarnished, and it raises the question of how the Russian factor will affect internal political process. And in the next section, I will speak about internal dynamics and what role and what future for civil society and opposition we can see in prospect. Nagorno-Karabakh has been able to constitute quite sustainable and functional state institutions and has achieved significant level of political autonomy. While not being a consolidated democracy or fully free, like Freedom House ranked Nagorno-Karabakh as partly free in 2020. It has allowed for the development of a small but active civil society, by the way, part of which I'm actually I'm a part of that civil society. The civil society and opposition groups have intensified their activities twice over the last year. And in 2016, after the 4 days war, when a number of opposition leaders sounded the alarm on the unpreparedness of the Armenian army and on the dramatic disbalance between the Azeri and Armenian military capacities, calling for reforms of the army and condemning the rampant corruption of the elites. The second time was after the 2018 Velvet Revolution in Armenia. The prospect of a similar development in Nagorno-Karabakh have intensified the activities of opposition groups who eventually got deceived by the election of Araik Harutyunyan with marked support of Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan. These last elections have been largely described as fraudulent by the opposition. Just months before the war, there have been unprecedented mobilizations in Stepanakert against the president and the ruling elites, with the closing of roads and numerous demonstrations. In some instances, to counter provocateur sent by the security services, the demonstrators, mostly women, started crossing the street on the pedestrian walkway back on and forth, so that no rule was violated and there would be no grounds for arresting the protesters. The main criticism targeted the system of widespread and structural corruption, patron clientelism and criminality and theft of public resources, as well as abuse of power by the military. After the 2020 war, this momentum did not vanish, and the government is under much heavier pressure now from the population than before. People show up every day to the presidential office to express their discontent. They are of course not let in, and there have lately been demonstrations demanding the resignation of the president and showing discontent with regards to new policies taken by government and to its management of the crisis. While these activities have not been widespread and consistent with the population still largely in shock and grieving, the level of frustration in the society are steadily mounting. In this respect, one could wonder how the Russian presence will affect further developments in that direction. The human rights record in de facto territories under Russian control have been all but positive, since the poor human rights records in of Transnistria, South Ossetia, and the Eastern Ukraine. The new regulations prohibiting the entry to foreigners and journalists, the increased securitization of the enclave and the growing pressure of dictatorial Azerbaijan to reintegrate the rest of Karabakh will certainly have a detrimental impact on freedom and human rights of the Armenian population. As to the perception of people remaining to these days in Nagorno-Karabakh with regards to their security and future, as imperfect as the Russian presence is, they only remain because they hope the Russians will not leave. No one envisages a reintegration in Azerbaijan, and many still hope to reclaim the regions of Shushi and Hadrut, albeit through diplomatic channels. Many declare that without such an eventuality, they will not stay even under the Russians. The emergence of numerous videos of beheadings released by the Azeris, the continuous uncovering of mutilated bodies, and the continuous detention of prisoners of war by Azerbaijan add to the overall feeling of insecurity and makes the prospect of coexistence unimaginable, although marginal interactions do exist and might become much more frequent and visible in the future. The COVID-19 pandemic and the restrictions on travels have made it much difficult for people to immigrate, but we have been observing a stark increase in departures over the last few months. There is a pervading sentiment when talking to the people there that they still do not realize what happened to them and have largely unrealistic assessments of the situation. Many still believe that an international recognition of their right to self-determination might be achieved. There are also revanchist sentiments, mainly among the young urban population. While they remain marginal in comparison to the broader society, they constitute a very active and vocal group. Coming to conclusion, we would like to raise the question of the status of human rights in de facto states. In 2018, the Velvet Revolution in Armenia seemed to have initiated a new cycle for democratic processes and peaceful transitions and prompted many experts and analysts to project how positive an impact it could have for the wider region. 3 years later, we witness a dramatic regress as 3 highly authoritarian states are now overwhelmingly ruling and battling over the region at the expense of local populations, while Armenia has lost a great deal of her sovereignty and all leverage on the processes in Karabakh. During the last war, we have also witnessed how the international legal framework helped legitimize the inaction of Western actors, namely the EU and its member states, and the US, which were the first to welcome the positive democratic changes in Armenia. Actually years prior to that. The influence of the West in the region is currently at its lowest, and the future of human rights and democracy looks very dim, not only for the Armenians of Karabakh, but for the people of the South Caucasus at large. And let me stop here. I'm so sorry I couldn't show you my presentation, but I can send it to you if you want.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much, both Anita and Nonna. for very interesting presentations. And I see that Sergey has arrived. And would you like to show us your presentation now, Sergey? And Vladimir, could you give host privileges to both Sergey and to Anastasia and Donacha, so they can show that their slides as soon as they are ready. Sergey, do you want to show slides?
No.
Okay.
I have no slides. Yeah.
No, you don't have.
It will not be a huge problem.
No. So we can do without slides, sure. So please.
I'm rather conservative speaker. This is why I try to rely on my voice on some of my speaking abilities, not slides.
Okay, so you will talk about divergent trajectories of sovereignty for the post-Soviet de facto states. Thank you. The floor is yours, please.
Paul, couple of seconds, not minutes. How much time will I have? Half an hour, yeah, approximately.
Yeah, but slightly less, please. Yeah.
Okay.
25 minutes.
Okay. I will try to not transform my presentation to a full-scale lecture for students. First of all, let me thank you, Vladimir, and all the organizers for having me here in virtual format. I hope maybe in a short-term perspective, we will have opportunity to meet directly, discussing problems of de facto states. Some time ago, I conceived to submit a paper concerning comparative analysis of different trajectories of nation building and concepts of sovereignty in de facto states. And now I'm going to share some insights with you. I hope and I believe in your critical notes, maybe. I have observed the previous discussion going to yesterday, and I can register three basic forces of the focal points of the discussion. First of all, different case studies from Somaliland to Nagorno-Karabakh, including recent developments. Recent developments at all are the focal point of our discussion. And then problems of recognition also. I will try to start my presentation with some historical reminiscences, very useful in the context of my topic, comparison of different concepts of sovereignty, nation building in the post-Soviet space. This is why I offer now to address the last years of the USSR. Time of deadly crisis of one single state. At the same time, that time we can register two parallel processes. One of them is a conflict node between Union Republics and Union Center, and fight of Union Republics for secession. And the other focal point is the right of autonomous entities. As for Yuri Sloskin, the USSR was kind of communal apartment. All of you know communal apartment, common premises shared by some hosts, and some hosts in the last years of the USSR began fighting for the dominance in this once shared area. And that time was one of shaping of infrastructure of de facto states, by the way. Some of them had infrastructure as autonomous entities like South Ossetia, Nagorno-Karabakh, and Abkhazia. And one of them, Transnistria, no. Transnistria had no specific autonomous status in the period of USSR. We can remember experience of Moldovan ISSR between 1924 and 1930, but it does not relate to the experience of Transnistria. It was a different case. It's necessary to differentiate them. And since that time, we can see divergent trajectories of sovereignty and understanding of it. Most of future de facto states, then autonomous entities who space like Transnistria, pro-autonomous entity or imagined autonomous entity, Transnistrian SSR, thought about keeping unification with the Soviet Union. Only one of them was rather particular, Nagorno-Karabakh, because Nagorno-Karabakh, only for initial time of its developments in February 1988, was kind of pro-Soviet. Lenin Party, Gorbachev, Stalin, Beria, Ligachev. Differentiation between Stalinist legacy and Gorbachev perestroika. Then Nagorno-Karabakh was rather anti-Soviet, and it's interesting to differentiate those approaches. By the way, this pro-Soviet stances does not mean Abkhazians or South Ossetians were champions of specific communist values. This idea was rather popular in the first years after the USSR demise, when Georgians and leaders of Moldova treated Transnistrians, Abkhazians, South Ossetians like Soviet-styled communists, archaic politicians, addressing from time to the nostalgia on the USSR and so on. It was oversimplification, of course, because people in Abkhazia and South Ossetia did not think about democracy, opposing it to communist ruling and so on. Many of them were rather dissidents suffering from the Soviet power, especially in Abkhazia. I mean, here events of 1977 or 1967, when many Abkhazians gathered in rallies protesting their status within Georgian SSR and so on. But they thought that establishment of newly independent countries like Georgia or, in the case, Moldova would be very dangerous for even physical existence of different minorities. Abkhazians, South Ossetians, they address the experience of civil war of the first national states established in 1918 in Georgia, and negative experience of Romanization between 1918-1940 and in the period of World War II in the case of Transnistria. This is why they were more not on nostalgia, but on some risks, potential threats to their feelings, identity, and so on. As for Nagorno-Karabakh, people in Nagorno-Karabakh thought about practically the same thing, but they saw divorce with Azerbaijani SSR and USSR, especially in 1980, 1991, as a kind of salvation. It was double separatism. At the same time, we can see some differences. For example, people in Nagorno-Karabakh and South Ossetia thought about not the same but similar things. They thought about irredentist goals, to be united with Mother Armenia or Mother North Ossetia, in the second case under Russian auspices, because North Ossetia at that time was also autonomous region, not Union Republic. Bigger in terms of population and territory in comparison with South Ossetia, but nevertheless. This is why we can face some divergences and convergences at the same time. As for specific sovereignty and maybe existence as real states, I'm not sure that it was a dominant discourse at the time. But then USSR collapsed and new agenda was on the table. It's necessary to say a couple of very important, crucially important phases on the process of the USSR collapse, very important, because in the Western, not only mass media, but even scholarly literature, this process was portrayed like rather inevitable and even wishful. But some important things were missed in this analysis. First of all, this process of the USSR dissolution was not organized through a prism of legal schemes. It was based on political reasonability, because legislation on secession existed at that time, established in April 1990, was ignored, absolutely, was missed. And all the countries of the former USSR were recognized through the prism of accelerating process, ignoring a lot of tensions like South Ossetia, Abkhazia, even civil war in Migrelia, Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, and so on, so on. They were not given specific transit time to really understand problems existing there, no criteria for it, and so on. Political reasonability dominated. As a result, principles known as uti possidetis juris, going back to decolonization time in Africa and previously Roman time, were offered like fundamental principles for the dividing of interstate borders. And Belavezhsky Accord signed in December 1991 reflected these principles, uti posėdėtis juris. But not all people could agree with it, and people in de facto states, future de facto states, some of them proclaimed the particular statehood on the eve of the USSR collapse, like Nagorno-Karabakh, that did it in September 1991, and Transnistria making it in September 1990. They disagreed with these principles, and they appealed to the Soviet legislation of April 1990, demanding to provide a referendum not only on the union level, but on the level of autonomous regions, and so on and so on. But all those things were missed, and as a result, a lot of conflict nodes emerged, and even nowadays we have deal with those problems because of lack of clear legal criteria how to dissolve the USSR. And then other priorities emerged in the de facto states. Most of them thought about unity with Russia, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, lesser extent Transnistria, because Transnistria, unlike Abkhazia and South Ossetia, have no now common border with Russia. Geography, miracle, yeah. You know that Francois Champollion called geography like ice for historians. It's ice not only for historians, but for politicians also. And in the case of Transnistria, it was and it is a real obstacle how to make more topical idea how to unite with Russia. But some obstacles also emerged. In the case of Nagorno-Karabakh, it was principles of uti posėdėtis juris and behavior of potential patron states. Because Armenia, which exploited the idea of miatsum unification between Karabakh and Mother Armenia, since 1991 rejected this idea in practice. I talked with a lot of Armenian politicians, including Levon Ter-Petrosyan, Vazgen Manukyan. I made interview with them and so on, and they repeated one argument. We are not so happy to be treated like country occupant or country having deal with annexation of territory of neighboring country. This is why we rejected this idea, stressing on the problem of self-determination of Armenian community of Nagorno-Karabakh. And this idea, so popular for current discussion, especially in the context of the Second Karabakh War, about potential of Armenia to recognize of Nagorno-Karabakh, is rather artificial. Because in practice, this idea was not raised since September at least 1991, when perspectives of the USSR dissolution became clear and undoubted. And after Armenia was engaged in the negotiation process under OSCE auspices, under Minsk OSCE group, and any ideas how to break status quo, unilaterally recognizing Nagorno-Karabakh was treated and is treated now, could be treated now as revisionism. Armenian leaders were not ready to provide to follow this policy. This is why it pushed people in Nagorno-Karabakh to develop their own perceptions of sovereignty, nation building, statehood, and so on and so on. This is why idea of a particular Nagorno-Karabakh statehood became popular. In many scholarly literature, especially in Azerbaijan, in Turkey, Nagorno-Karabakh leaders are usually portrayed like puppet figures of Armenia. It's far from true, by the way. One primitive example, very simple example. When Dashnak Tsutun party was prohibited officially in Armenia under Levon Ter-Petrosyan's presidency, Dashnak Tsutun was ruling party in Nagorno-Karabakh. A lot of disagreements existed between Karabakh leaders and Armenian leaders. In some periods, Nagorno-Karabakh leadership influenced on the Armenian one. The case of resignation of Levon Ter-Petrosyan clearly demonstrated it. As for Abkhazia and South Ossetia, trajectories were not the same but similar in many aspects, because Abkhazians and South Ossetians believes in Russia, that Russia, as successor of the USSR, will have rather hegemonic policies in the former USSR, and so on and so on. But some nuances existed at that time. Russia itself faced separatist challenges, in lesser extent in Tatarstan and bigger extent in Chechnya. Chechnya declared its independence from Russian authorities in November 1991, and this is why Russia was not interested to support, to promote separatism everywhere in the former USSR area, be it Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and even Transnistria. It helped us to explain some problems in relationship between Vladislav Arzenbau, Ludwig Chibirov, or Igor Smirnov, first leaders of de facto states, respectively Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Transnistria, with Russia. I interviewed Igor Smirnov in September 2006, and my interview entitled Credo Separatista was published in Politique Internationale magazine in France. And Igor Smirnov tried to estimate his relationship with representatives of Russia. And in many cases, maybe in most of them, those estimates were rather negative, like his personal relationship with Russian generals, commanders-in-chief of the 14th Army of Russia, be it Yuri Yevgenievich or Alexander Lebed, his successor, or Boris Yeltsin. Very negative estimates. The same is with Vladislav Arzenbau. It was first time in Abkhazia in the early 2000s. I talked personally with Vladislav Arzenbau, and attitude to Yeltsin was also rather negative, because just Yeltsin initiated blockade of Abkhazia together with Georgia. I asked one question addressed to my students: when were the last sanctions against Abkhazia cancelled? They are really puzzled answering this question. April 2008, by the way, some months prior to 5 days war, when Abkhazian wines were allowed to the Russian market. This is why Abkhazians lost a lot of their hopes. Moreover, it's necessary to adequately understand the factor of Chechen engagement in the Georgian-Abkhaz war on the Abkhaz side. This is why Russians were also suspicious to Abkhazian leaders, thinking that in the case of any tensions, maybe warfare in Chechnya, Abkhazian leaders can support, can provide maybe unified activities with Chechen leaders. And that time, Abkhazians began observing any other options, how to cooperate with overseas. It's interesting that idea of internationalization of peacekeeping operation belonged not to Georgian leaders. First person who raised this question was Vladislav Arzenbau in 1997, when even telephone calls were restricted between Moscow and Sukhumi. And that time, Abkhazians tried to keep relations with Turkish community, not so numerous, not so influential, but nevertheless. Some trade ties, many of them were in a gray and rather black economic schemes, but nevertheless. It helps us to explain the Abkhazian specific trajectory of sovereignty, because for South Ossetia, ideas of irredentism are still topical now. In spite of some negative stances of Russia to South Ossetia, but in the case of South Ossetia, Russia didn't make any blockades or restrictive measures, having North Ossetia inside Russia and rather influential North Ossetian lobby in domestic politics, like Alexander Zasokhov and Akhsarbek Galazov, the first president of North Ossetia. They had direct accesses to Yeltsin, to Kremlin, and so on and so on. This is why Russian politics towards South Ossetia was not so hard as in the case of Abkhazia. It's one of very important factors explaining why Abkhazians became champions of their own sovereignty. And South Ossetia knew. If tomorrow South Ossetia will have referenda on its status, I'm sure that 95, 96%, 97%, with no administrative resource completely, will vote for unification with Mother North Ossetia under the Russian auspices. But it's not just the case of Abkhazia. I talked last year, it's top secret, by the way, because in this in this way we'll have some problems with Georgian authorities, because I travel to Abkhazia regularly from the Pso River side, from the Russian side. But it's Polish secret, by the way. Talking with my Georgian friends, I don't make any secrets from this story. But coming back to my travel last year, I talked with the previous Minister of Foreign Affairs of Abkhazia, discussing potential ideas of unification with Mother Russia or something similar. And he said, it's clear citation, "We are not going to be one of districts of Greater Sochi." It's not interest of Abkhazia, because previously Abkhazians faced some problems of real engagement of Russia in the electoral campaign in comparison with the United States case or some other European ones. It was not phantom engagement. I mean, here, electoral campaign of 2004-2005. Just yesterday, Paul Costa discussed this idea, electoral campaigning in Abkhazia, in de facto states, and some trajectories there. This is why I'm not going to repeat all the details of this story. But it also contributed to strengthening of idea of particular sovereignty of Abkhazia. And of course, we can recognize a lot of problems Abkhazia faces now, like criminal activities, because recent overthrow in Abkhazia was connected with engagement of Akhra Avitsba, person, how to say, politely, rather far from legalism, and he is not friend of rule of law and some other norms. Of course, the problem of clans is also existing. It's so important for Abkhazia. And of course, resources of international recognition are also existing. But nevertheless, Abkhazians insist on their own vision of sovereignty. And in this scheme, Russia is very important part, but it's treated like guarantor of security, guarantor of self-determination, not abstract self-determination, but self-determination from Georgia. But at the same time, Abkhazians don't consider any plans how to join Russia. Couple of years ago, not couple, 4 years ago, when South Ossetia survived electoral presidential campaign, and Leonid Tibilov and Anatoly Bibilov, current president of South Ossetia, competed each other, exploiting ideas of friendship with North Ossetia under the Russian auspices and idea of referenda. Abkhazian leaders also were interviewed on this topic. And then Minister of Foreign Affairs of Abkhazia said it was not variant for my country. This is why clear difference, because usually Abkhazia and South Ossetia are considered through one point. Abkhazia point, South Ossetia. But they were different nation building schemes, different perceptions of sovereignty, and so on and so on. As for Transnistria, it's in between the two concepts, because a lot of paradoxes have been existing around de facto states. Not Russia, but rather Moldova as maternal state of Transnistria, as well as Ukraine, pushed Transnistria to be closer to Russia. Because prior to March 2006, Transnistria had strong ties with European Union countries, with Germany, even with Romania. It's paradoxically, but it was. And most of production provided in Transnistria were exported to the European Union countries. But some attempts of Moldova and Ukraine to break previous economic status quo imposed by so-called Primakov Memorandum of 1997 and the Odessa Memorandum of 1998 changed the situation. Because the new norms imposed by Ukraine and Moldova pushed Transnistria to be closer to Russia, trying to keep its identity, particular identity, because it's also kind of conventional wisdom to conclude that Transnistrian case is easier than Abkhazia and South Ossetia because no refugees, ethnic factor is not so crucial. Yes, of course, it's not about ethnicity and problem of refugees, IDPs is not crucial point in the context of this conflict. It's true, but the problem of identity is so important. Problem of nation building, problem of perspectives of Romanization. And one more point, rather particular in the context of the post-Soviet nation building at all. In Moldova itself, there is a split in terms of nation building. Some parts, not of rank and file people, but some parts of establishments treat themselves like Moldovans, while some parts treat themselves like Romanians, like part of the greater identity, split it due to Stalin's policies and so on and so on. It's different from the case of Georgia and Azerbaijan, because Georgia and Azerbaijan can appeal to break a republic, to be part of clear Georgian or Azerbaijani project. At least in the case of Azerbaijan, 2 states, 1 nation, but 2 states. What state is centrally? Yeah, I see. And I have 5 minutes, no more. Let me briefly characterize the case of Nagorno-Karabakh. Nagorno-Karabakh case has had a very interesting and rather particular trajectory of perception of sovereignty. Because on the one side, leaders of Nagorno-Karabakh tried to have distance from the other de facto states of the former USSR, trying to have distance from Abkhazia, South Ossetia, in order to appeal to the Kosovo case, more or less Europeanized case of self-determination. Those beliefs failed, especially after 2008, but they existed. And
you disappeared. You're frozen, Sergey. I think the system believed that it was time for you to wind up.
Then development of trajectory of ideas of sovereignty are not looking like and just recently I was in Yerevan.
So we lost you, Sergey. So since we are running slightly over time, and I think perhaps we should move on to the next. Thank you so much for a very engaging presentation, even without slides. We don't proving that slides is not indispensable. So let's move on to the next speaker on our list, Anastasia Chesterinina from the University of Sheffield, who will talk on the collective conflict identities in post-war Abkhazia. Let's see if we can. And there it comes, excellent. With the slides are already on the screen.
They work, please. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you, Vladimir, for inviting me and for putting together this much needed and stimulating workshop. Every presentation draws you in a way that the other does not. So let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Dr. Anastasia Chesterinina. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Politics and International Relations, but also a UK Research and Innovation Future Leaders Fellow, leading the Civil War Paths project, and director of the Center for the Comparative Study of Civil War at the University of Sheffield. So today I'll present an excerpt from a broader project on the war of 1992-93 in Abkhazia, which I now completed with the publication of a couple of weeks ago of my book, Mobilizing in Uncertainty, You can see part of the cover on the screen. But to start, I'd actually like to draw some parallels and situate this research in relation to the theme of the workshop, but also other presentations and my broader project. I think, as we have heard already, no research on Abkhazia, whether it's politics, society, historical memory, or other issues, can evade the questions of sovereignty and legitimacy, the central themes of this workshop. And these questions permeate ordinary people's self-perceptions in relation to and as part of the Georgian-Abkhaz conflict that I call collective conflict identities. And I get at these questions from the perspective of what these themes meant for the ordinary Abkhaz in the course of the conflict and until 2008. While I do not study de facto state building per se, I'm a scholar of civil war. This work certainly has parallels with other research presented here. So in Vladimir, Alexander, and Nikita's categorization, I view the de facto Abkhaz state as a manifestation of the underlying territorial conflict and focus on the history of this conflict, some of which Sergei just covered a few minutes ago. As a result, of course, the geographical markers of population, territory, and in my case, less so resources that Iggy and Crystal discussed are at the center of this analysis. And I study these questions through the lens of mobilization by Abkhaz participants throughout the conflict. So Scott would probably put this work in Waltz's first image in terms of the level of analysis, but hopefully my current comparative work will bring this closer to image 1.5 that Scott suggested. So here, what I will focus on is the role of these experiences and memories of conflict on people's perceptions and identities in relation to the conflict, including as a result of ongoing violence along the Inguri River, which separates Georgia from Abkhazia, which used to be the administrative borderline. And this, of course, speaks to the themes of border and identity formation, which Sabine and Gwendolyn raised yesterday, and of course to the broader themes of perceptions, preferences, attitudes, beliefs that Kristen, John, and Gerard are working on from a different methodological approach. So quite clearly, my approach is going to be closer to Anita and Nona's. And I will turn to it in a second after mentioning two more interesting parallels. So the work that I will be presenting also echoes the importance of leadership that Paul reminded us of when speaking about Ardzenba yesterday, who is widely memorialized and almost deified in Abkhazia, and the importance of Russia's recognition that Nino spoke about, which of course the Abkhaz viewed as the culmination of their national liberation struggle, even though it meant dependence on Russia thereafter. So all these themes emerge in one way or another in my work on Abkhazia, which looks at the puzzle of mobilization, from pre-war contention despite state repression to mobilization at the war's onset despite significant disadvantage in manpower and arms. As you see here, this is a screenshot from the first days of the war with some people mobilizing with sticks, to then continued post-war defense of the territory in the context of ongoing border violence, and the formation of the Abkhaz army during the war that preceded that was, of course, very important for that. So as others, as particularly Mark Beisinger found in his 2002 book on nationalist mobilization and the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was little chance that a group with the structural characteristics of the Abkhaz, population size, level of assimilation, urbanization, would have engaged in separatist mobilization. So this is what motivated this research. But today I'll focus on this last part of the story. What I'll do is I'll discuss the research that I conducted in the area, the shaping and reshaping of conflict identities, these self-perceptions in relation to and as part of the conflict during the pre-war and war periods, and collective identities in post-war Abkhazia. So to explore mobilization from pre to post-war in Abkhazia, I conducted immersive field work over 8 months in Abkhazia, Georgia, and Russia, collecting 180 in-depth interviews alongside with participant observation in everyday life, war-related events, veterans and mothers groups, as well as extensive archival and secondary research. Particularly because I was focusing on the moment of the war's onset, I devised a micro-comparative research designed to leverage variation across space and time. Many of you know that the Georgian forces entered Abkhazia on August 14th and then encircled the territory on August 15th. This kind of time difference is quite crucial in the context of war's onset, when immense uncertainty characterizes people's mobilization context. I also studied areas not only differentiated by differences in time, but also territorial control. I studied areas that were controlled mainly by Georgia during the war, those controlled by the Abkhaz, and those that shifted control. So that was the setup. In terms of the interviews themselves, what I'm presenting here are the interviews from Abkhazia. So 150 interviews with 142 respondents, where I aimed at a wide variation in pre-war and post-war backgrounds to make sure that the things that I'm getting about the war and war mobilization were not affected necessarily by people's positions before the war or loyalties after the war. But importantly here, what we need to see for the post-war period is that the sample is relatively balanced between those who continued their mobilization after the war and those who did not, which of course is important for people's understandings of their role in the conflict. And so what I had to do is to really sweep through the life histories of these 150 individuals. From childhood, intergroup relations and family, with kind of questions about stories that people heard, language they learned, which helped me understand kind of everyday social relations from early on, to then pre-war adulthood. The important bits here were university and employment experiences where people shaped social networks with which they usually then mobilized for war. And this fragment also tackled the questions of mobilization before the war, to then step-by-step individual mobilization trajectories at the war's onset, which of course gave me a sense of shared views on the conflict and social ties at the war's mobilization. And the bit that concerns us the most right now, the war and post-war trajectories. So in what capacity did you enter the Abkhaz force, which did not necessarily happen during the war? Some people joined later. How did you continue participating in the Abkhaz post-war defense? So these kinds of questions not only help me understand the complexity of individual roles, but also sometimes shift the narrative from dominant Abkhaz views to some dilemmas of participation, including guilt, regret after the war. So, of course, you might think, well, this Anastasia is about something that happened so long ago. It might be biased. People might not remember what you were talking to them about. So I took a number of paths to trying to control bias, combining network referral with targeted selection process, but also making sure that I had a robust informed consent, which meant that people knew that I would be conducting research with Georgians displaced by the war, and many actually rejected participating as a result. And I also compared the responses, sometimes with the same individuals, to interviews conducted with them during the war and midway between the war and my fieldwork. So what emerged from this analysis is the realization that we cannot quite understand what's happening across any of these points in time without thinking about how these collective conflict identities or self-perceptions in relation to the conflict and as part of the conflict, how these have shaped. And quite often we focus on kind of organized mobilization, but I find that by virtue of living in Abkhazia in the context of the conflict, people were exposed to the conflict in multiple ways, from language use, bending of social customs, jokes, etc. Brawls were quite common. We see an example of that in a bar, just because some people decided to sing a song, to political contention, which Sergei mentioned, some of which Sergei mentioned, particularly with this Lichny gathering that many of you know about in 1989, that gathered about 30,000 people to demand at least to merge Abkhazia with Russia, to then violent opposition, which of course we know mainly from the clashes of 1989 that followed the Lichny gathering, which actually started spontaneously with an attack on a photographer, but then as many of you know, spread across Abkhazia, and only Soviet troops could stop the violence. So by being exposed to these different components of the conflict, people understood the conflict in different ways and their roles in the conflict in different ways. But dominant themes emerged. And of course, we know some of these. Political status. We used to be an independent state and then we were made an autonomous republic. Demographics. Every year I felt the strengthening of demographic pressure. Cultural rights. They wanted to eradicate the Abkhaz completely, the schools, the language, and economic positions. All key posts were taken by Georgians. These are some of the dominant themes that emerged. And these themes were actually considered conversational taboos. Once raised, they led to arguments. So for the longest time, people who had intergroup friendships, families, used conflict avoidance strategies to not break up those relationships. But over time, especially with the opening in the 1980s, especially with mass mobilization, both in Georgia and Abkhazia, those conflict avoidance strategies no longer really held. And people engaged more and more in everyday resistance, in the sense of saying, well, my last name might seem Georgian, but actually it's Abkhaz. What do you mean I need to speak Georgian in Abkhazia? I speak Abkhaz, which of course is a whole other story. But overall, the idea that emerged through this history is that the conflict was aimed at the dissolution of the Abkhaz identity in the dominant Georgian population. And there were key moments of transformation of collective conflict identities that were critical for this perception. One of them we mentioned already were the clashes of 1989. When after that, people told me over and over again, we were woken up. Now we were certain that this is the conflict that is aimed at eradication of the Abkhaz, and this helped us unite. And this led to polarization and militarization of society. So what we've got after is the split in teams, literally in the middle, and the creation of the Abkhaz Guard on the Abkhaz side, and the appearance of the Mhedrioni, the paramilitary group horsemen in Abkhazia at the same time. And the other key moment of kind of transformation was the Georgian advance of 1992, which started the war, where it became particularly clear to people that it was a war against the Abkhaz and for the elimination of the Abkhaz people. And so the Abkhaz viewed their own role in this conflict thereafter, therefore, as defensive mobilization. And of course, this shaped how these kinds of shared understandings then affected the post-war period. So in general, most Abkhaz were rebuilding livelihoods after the war. We know that the war displaced most of the Georgian population, but we also know of other legacies that I will talk about. Many mobilized as part of the Abkhaz army, police, and irregular forces to defend the Abkhaz victory from continued sense of Georgian threat, and then all saw the recognition of de facto Abkhaz state as the just outcome of the struggle, despite protracted Georgian displacement and Abkhaz hardship and losses. So the elements of the post-war environment that continued shaping what I call collective conflict identities were these pervasive legacies of the war. There was no family that did not suffer. This really reminded me of Scott's quote, "Everyone in Somaliland is like me." Well, I heard that over and over again. The war touched everyone in Abkhazia. This is something that certainly appeared in the interviews, but also there was this continued feeling of the threat of aggression. And as a result, the understanding of the role of the Abkhaz as not only having freed, quote unquote, Abkhazia, liberated Abkhazia, mainly because of course some areas remained under Georgian control, but that they had to continue defending it. And so what we see then are, immediate effects of the war. Right after the war, it's a period of severe upheaval. A wave of marauding swept Sukhumi and other areas. There were reprisals against the Georgians who remained in Abkhazia and those who returned to their homes. There was crime, and car crashes were pinpointed a lot. They were rampant in the context of post-war poverty and destruction, and they were reinforced by the trophy weapons and vehicles left from the war. But these immediate effects waned over time, whereas the longer term legacies remained. And those are trauma from firsthand experience of violence, loss of relatives, sometimes whole families, which of course resulted in multiple health issues, disability, suicide, alcohol and drug abuse. And there was a perception that the government had little capacity to offer support. And so veterans and mothers groups formed, and kind of this mobilization helped endure the loss and hardship. But of course, then mass depopulation of the territory meant that entire districts of Abkhazia were deserted. And this was not only because the Georgian population was displaced, but also because other groups, including the Abkhaz, left. And what we see here is demolished infrastructure and home, poverty deepened by the economic blockade that Sergei mentioned, which of course changed completely the gender dynamics in Abkhazia. Women now traded at the Russian border, while men were left to any work that they could find. And there was a lot of fear of post-war violence, of crime, as well as killings of Georgians on suspicion of participating in the war, revenge killings, looting, and a critical component of this occupation of abandoned houses, which is a whole other debate in Abkhazia. So in this context, attribution of Abkhaz loss and hardship to wartime Georgian aggression, because of course, as you remember, I mentioned the Georgian forces that entered Abkhazia were framed as aggressors. So this kind of attribution of what happened during the war to that aggression and memorialization of the Abkhaz victory and fighters who died for it became part of the Abkhaz collective conflict identities after the war. So basically, people maintained their roles in the conflict through these formal and informal mechanisms of attribution and memorialization. What that meant at the everyday level was it translated and really kind of penetrated the fabric of everyday life, from table traditions where the first toast many of you might know is to the Almighty, but the second one is to those who died in the war. Stories of Abkhaz bravery are constant in all social domains, and of course some of the everyday confrontation repertoires and ways of mobilization continue on, just in a different way. There are jokes, insults, stereotypes being circulated, one of which you see here, for example. From every day, then moving to broader practices of memorialization. Of course, memorialization expanded beyond storytelling, beyond table culture, to every aspect of post-war life. From public memorials, as the one you see in honor of natives of Zip who died in the war on the left, to private memorials placed in visible parts of homes to reflect informal memorialization at the quotidian family level, and formal acknowledgement of fighters' sacrifice through war medals, such as the Order of Leon on the right, awarded for courage, selflessness, bravery. The naming of streets, museums, other buildings after wartime leaders, such as Ardzenbaum, and post-war education, celebrations of the Abkhaz victory, of course, added to these memorialization practices to embed in daily life the memory of those lost in the war and formalize the attribution of loss to the so-called Georgian aggressor. And so this attribution of loss had significant implications for the perceptions on political issues, as people advocated Georgia's recognition of Abkhazia as the only way to resolve this conflict, particularly later in the post-war period, and non-return of Georgians who fought during the war as a result of this attribution. Georgia was viewed as an aggressor not only because of the wartime situation, but also because of the continued post-war kind of threat and violence that the Abkhaz perceived as Georgia rejecting the outcome of the war, that this is Abkhazia's territory. And so that's how they understood Georgia's entering Abkhazia and carrying out various attacks that I'll talk about in a second. This was done to call Abkhazia a failed state, to destabilize the situation, some of which actually Sergei wrote about quite some time as well, and undermining potential Abkhaz statehood. Well, how can you recognize it's a state that cannot fully control its territory? And these kinds of ideas were underlined by systematic forms of violence, which augmented the Abkhaz view of the Georgian aggression and the role of the Abkhaz as defenders of Abkhazia. And these included low-scale clashes and crossfire along the borderline, along the Inguri River. Georgian, they're called partisans, they're called guerrillas, ambushing Abkhaz security personnel, kidnapping civilians, etc., and Abkhaz crackdowns that terrorized the returning Georgian population while, for instance, combing through the Gali region and trying to identify these so-called Georgian guerrillas in the area. And so in this context, the fighting that took place in 1998 and then in 2008 was the kind of the key moments of transformation of collective identities, as I mentioned before. People saw their mobilization as defensive, even when they attacked Georgian forces in these situations. As we saw in the Kadori Gorge, there was a moment when the Abkhaz pushed toward the territory that's considered to be historically Georgian. But even then, they argue that, well, here's our territory. We did map sessions where people would draw the territory of Abkhazia and what they meant, and they would say, well, yes, we did maybe go over to the Georgian side, but then we retrieved back because that is not our territory. This is our territory. And so the liberation of Kadori then is what brought full circle what many Abkhaz refer to as the national liberation struggle. So basically, it was only after the liberation of Kadori and the border fortification with Russia that violence diminished, which I was speaking about a minute ago. And the Abkhaz view this liberation as the freeing of all borders of Abkhazia and restoring of the statehood, with the Abkhaz as the only legitimate authority, even if that means dependence on Russia and that institutions are dominated by the Abkhaz in a kind of a mono-ethnic fashion, which of course Donica has written about extensively and might touch on in the next presentation. So overall then, the Abkhaz view this recognition as the logical conclusion of the liberation struggle. I think this quote is quite striking. The Abkhaz culture is the culture of a people who received independence. It is impossible to understand the Abkhaz identity without understanding the national liberation struggle. But this has a number of implications more broadly. First, that we cannot understand the post-war situation in Abkhazia without looking closely at the effects of the conflict on people's identities from pre, through war to post-war periods. This also suggests that the situation in Abkhazia was far from the common depiction of the conflict as quote unquote frozen, at least in the first post-war decades. And finally, and this has been brought up so many times, and I've appreciated this greatly, this points to the importance of studying local dynamics of conflict, which of course shifts the focus of much scholarship on this case and others like it from external forces to the local participants involved. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure sharing this research with you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks a lot, Anna-Sophia. Great, very interesting indeed. So we are not so much behind any longer. And Danica, the floor is yours. How do you contest the state's secret recognition in the case of Abkhazia? We stay in Abkhazia for another half hour, please.
Can you make me a co-host there, Paul, so I can share my screen?
No, I cannot, but I hope Vladimir can.
Oh, Vladimir can, okay. I overestimated your powers.
I'm only the chair. So it would have been easier if I had that power.
Okay, so if Vladimir...
I'm not being granted it.
If Vladimir could give me... Oh, I see that I have the power now. Okay, share screen, and there we go. I'll just bring back, here we go, to the beginning. And again, just to reiterate my thanks to Vladimir for organizing this. I feel very energized by all these presentations coming into the comfort of my own home, and I'm sure you feel all the same. And congratulations for everybody for sticking with us thus far. We're over 2 hours into this panel, so I have the task of I guess, being the final one, and it's also great to see people like Sergei Markadonov. Sergei was kind enough to come virtually into my classroom during the semester on post-Soviet politics, and Anastasia as well, who has promised me to come and visit my students of unrecognized states in the forthcoming semester. So we're quite a little club here in many respects. Now let me just press the magic button here. There we go. How do contested states seek recognition in the case of Abkhazia? And just move this along. Unlike well, just to give you the background to this work, I guess it was prepared for the Routledge Handbook on State Recognition, which was edited by two of my colleagues, Gazim Visoka and John Doyle at DCU, along with Edward Newman of Leeds University. They approached me to write the chapter on Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And you notice there that Scott Pegg is just on the chapter above me. He wrote the chapter on Somaliland. So again, there's a certain clubbishness there in terms of the contributors. And it moves away from what I was discussing in the past. Anastasia mentioned that I might be talking about some internal aspects of Abkhazia in this presentation, but actually this was a complete shift for me, because I've been researching Abkhazia since, well, now about 20 years. My first trip to Tbilisi to live was in 2000, and shortly afterwards I visited Abkhazia, and more or less have been going back ever since. But my research has always been on the internal politics of Abkhazia, and this was kind of going beyond that comfort zone into the kind of elite politics. And I asked myself, okay, so how am I going to find out about this? And well, I essentially took refuge in WikiLeaks, because WikiLeaks is a remarkable resource. John O'Loughlin, who I think is still with us, wrote an interesting piece some years ago advocating more and more use by scholars of WikiLeaks because of its because essentially you were getting archival material before its time, and he was, I guess, saying that we shouldn't be wary of using it, as some scholars are, particularly in the United States, where the government is not enthusiastic about its use. And of course there have been people who have taken up that call, people like Ike Berg and Scott Pegg both here, who have written a paper, published a paper using WikiLeaks to look at 4 case studies, including Abkhazia. I look at more documents on I'm only looking at Abkhazia, and also, if I remember correctly, in that paper they were looking at the WikiLeaks cables which had Abkhazia in the title, whereas I'm looking for any cable that has Abkhazia in the content. So it's a somewhat considerably larger pool of cables, and I'm looking only at the issue of recognition and how it came about. And but then after I had gone through the WikiLeaks cables, and that took an awful long time, I realized that, you know, at the end of the day, this is the viewpoint of American diplomats, and it lacked the local dimension, because obviously, you know, there are people on the ground and people outside of the, I mean, you know, the Americans were essentially involved in a counter recognition process. So I needed to get a little bit closer to the recognition efforts, and I did some interviews with key individuals in Abkhazia, particularly those who were responsible for foreign affairs, people like Maxim Gvinja and Slava Chirikba, who were Abkhaz foreign ministers for the better part of a decade between them. And I asked, and it's that crucial decade when these recognition efforts were taking place. So I did interviews with them to kind of complement what I was getting from the WikiLeaks cables. I dropped South Ossetia. That was in the chapter for the Routledge Handbook, simply because it's a very different case. It's lumped together with Abkhazia for obvious reasons. But I do take up the point that people like Tom Duvall have made, that Ger Toll have made, that, you know, there's a very different level of agency at play, and of course, as Sergei Markadonov mentioned in his presentation, if you were to put to the people of South Ossetia now what their overall objective would be unification with North Ossetia within the Russian Federation, whereas you cannot say the same of Abkhazia. So South Ossetia's efforts at recognition are, to put it mildly, half-hearted, whereas the Abkhaz are more in earnest about these things, and that's why I think it's not useful necessarily to lump it together with South Ossetia, and I kind of dropped it for the purposes of this presentation and for a subsequent paper. And that's kind of the background to all of this. On the initiative that I guess a picture tells 1,000 words, this is an interesting photograph. I'd be surprised if any of you can recognize any of the individuals here except myself in the center. I'm with the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. You'll recognize the Abkhaz flag behind, and this is in 2011. The Prime Minister of Tuvalu was visiting Abkhazia, and it happened to coincide with the elections, which is why I was there. I was there to do research on the elections, and so the man with the yellow shirt is the Prime Minister. Ironically, his name was Telavi, which is of course the same as the Georgian town Telavi, and the man with the long hair is essentially the election observer who came from Tuvalu to observe the elections. And but of course, as you will see, Tuvalu was a very short-lived recognition, and there's an interesting story, of course, behind that. And I have, I think, on the next slide, yeah, the structure of the presentation, which I will. I mean, it's a very ambitious one, so I'll have to kind of cut off a few slides, I think. But essentially, I'm going to look at how the US attempted to preemptively stop Russia from securing recognitions on behalf of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, but in this case Abkhazia, from 2008 onwards, and look at the different arenas where this took place in Latin America, and particularly Nicaragua and Venezuela, which did recognize Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Then you have what I would call the near misses, or I've misspelled it there, but the near misses, countries that almost recognized Abkhazia, but ultimately didn't. They include Ecuador, Bolivia, and the Dominican Republic. Then the post-Soviet region, the efforts to get the Commonwealth of Independent States to back Russia's position on recognition for Abkhazia, with a particular focus on Tajikistan and Belarus. And Belarus, I argue, is the game changer. When Belarus didn't recognize Abkhazia, then it was very unlikely that any other post-Soviet state was going to recognize Abkhazia. And then you have what I would call microstate diplomacy in the South Pacific, which are these tiny states of Nauru, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and so on, three of which did recognize Abkhazia, two of which withdrew their recognition, and somewhere like Fiji was another near miss. And then I'll bring things to a conclusion. So to look at those recognitions, just by the way, in chronological order, Russia, of course, the first in August 2008, Nicaragua following very soon afterwards. Venezuela, an entire year passes before Venezuela recognizes Abkhazia. I was in Abkhazia actually when Venezuela did recognize Abkhazia. Nauru, again, shortly afterwards. That was unexpected. It came out of the blue as well. Vanuatu, but as you can see, that was there was a tug of war going on within Vanuatu. So there was a recognition, it was withdrawn, then it was reinstated, and then it was withdrawn again. And then you have Tuvalu in the same year, but that was again withdrawn relatively shortly afterwards. And then just when you thought the momentum had completely gone out of the whole recognition process, Syria in May 2018. And of course, one of the reasons why we lumped together Abkhazia and South Ossetia is that in many of those recognitions, not all, not Vanuatu, for example, but many of those recognitions were lumped together at the same time for Abkhazia and South Ossetia. So they, like Venezuela, for example, Nicaragua, they recognized both Abkhazia and South Ossetia at the same time. So there's certainly a coordinated campaign going on. And of course, there has been over the years recognition afforded by other post-Soviet de facto states. So, for example, the next slide shows shows you a picture that I took of myself outside of the Abkhazian and South Ossetian representative offices in Tiraspol in Transnistria. Just in case you're curious, there isn't an Abkhazian or a South Ossetian in that building representing them in Transnistria. They save money. They have locals, interested locals, people who have a genuine interest in those regions, but they haven't sent somebody from Abkhazia or South Ossetia to man those offices. So let's start with the US attempts to censure Russia after the initial recognition of 2008. And I'm just trying to get the, yeah, there we go. So the US essentially used its embassies around the world. It had a far greater reach than Georgia did to try and get states to condemn Russia's recognition of Abkhazia and indeed its actions during the war. And there was a large amount of countries in the world, which I kind of call the silent majority or the indifferent center, who couldn't be induced to take a stand, you know, on anything. I mean, they weren't going to recognize Abkhazia, but they weren't going to condemn Russia's recognition of Abkhazia either. And some examples of that are places like Vietnam or Burkina Faso. You know, they were called upon to publicly and forcibly condemn Russia's recognition of Abkhazia, but they were rebuffed. There were, you know, countries like Vietnam. They simply actually blamed Saakashvili for the war, and they asked, you know, about Kosovo and said that Vietnam had opposed the recognition of Kosovo. So why were they now being asked to condemn Russia for recognizing Abkhazia? Burkina Faso probably was very representative of a lot of countries who said, look, if we make a statement on this, it won't change anything on the ground. It just brings us into the spotlight. So we just prefer not to get involved. And that was the attitude of a lot of countries. So because I'm going to be concentrating on a few countries, it may give you a disproportionate impression that you know, the whole world was focusing on whether or not to recognize Abkhazia. Actually not. Most countries were not that interested in this particular struggle, and that's why there's a few arenas which I'm going to focus on. A country like Kenya, of course, the U.S. Embassy found that you know, they weren't particularly au fait with what was going on the ground, but they knew enough to ask how the situation was different from Kosovo, which of course had been recognized by most Western countries earlier in 2008, and they were given the standard line that Kosovo was a special case. That was the line generally promoted by the U.S. Embassy. Now, Latin America, of course, had been an arena of conflict during the Cold War, and there had been a diluted form of geopolitical competition. Since then, several left-wing regimes were elected. And between 1999 and 2008, left-wing candidates won presidential elections in no less than 9 Latin American countries. So this was one of the reasons, this is one of the vital contexts, I guess, to why Russia had greater leverage in the region. And of course, people like Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, of course, had been allied to the Soviet Union in the 1980s. And of course, he was the president at the time in 2008 when Abkhazia was recognized by Nicaragua. So that alliance with, you might say, the Kremlin was long-standing. So that recognition came rather quickly. The US government couldn't do anything about it. They assessed that Ortega believed that these recognitions would be a low-cost way of generating increased military and economic assistance from Russia, and that would offset any kind of negative criticism or repercussions from the US or the European Union. As for Venezuela, the timing and context was linked to a deal that Hugo Chavez struck in Moscow. It was worth $2 billion. It included very cheap weapons for Venezuela. And it seems that Russia simply asked to throw into the deal recognition of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and Hugo Chavez was glad to oblige. As I said, I was in Abkhazia when that recognition came through. It didn't lead, as you might have expected, to widespread celebrations. There was no opening of the champagne. There were no fireworks. People in Abkhazia generally recognized what had taken place. This was a high-level elite deal that was done between Russia and Venezuela. It wasn't a recognition from the Abkhaz perspective on the merits of their case. It was something that had been secured by Russia, but it wasn't necessarily an endorsement of the Abkhaz case, and that's why you didn't get that celebration that you had, for example, when Russia recognized Abkhazia the previous year. And then I think very interestingly, there's the ones, as I say, that got away, the near misses Ecuador, Bolivia, and Dominican Republic. So Georgia's political leaders were, according to WikiLeaks, visibly upset. When I say according to WikiLeaks, of course, I mean according to the US government. They were, and their diplomats were visibly upset by Venezuela's recognitions, and they warned of multiple recognitions by the end of the year. So senior Georgian officials toured Latin American capitals in November 2009 to gauge the likelihood of additional recognitions. Spain, in particular, proved a particularly useful ally for Georgia in applying pressure. And of course, that's not only because Spain, of course, the former colonial power in much of Latin America, but Spain had its own vested interest. Spain, of course, one of the EU countries that doesn't recognize Kosovo. Spain, thinking of Catalonia, thinking of the Basque Country, doesn't want to see any precedents for secessionism in any part of Europe. So Spain was happy to oblige and help Georgia as much as possible in applying pressure and leverage in Latin America. So in terms of Ecuador, the greatest hopes, as I said, were in Ecuador and Bolivia, which had left-wing governments and an adversarial relationship with the US. In March 2009, for example, Ecuador had expelled a US official who was accused of being a CIA station chief. And they only learned by chance really what was going on. There was a chance encounter in December 2009 between the US Embassy's political officer, Maxim Vinja, who I've mentioned, who would have been then the deputy foreign minister for the Abkhaz, and they had a chance encounter, and that led the US Embassy to realize that there were approaches being made, and an additional pressure then was put on Ecuador, and there was a visit by Hillary Clinton to Quito in April 2010. But later that year there was an attempted coup d'etat, and the Ecuadorian foreign minister essentially blamed the CIA, or said he would not be surprised if the CIA were behind it. In Bolivia, similarly, there were poor relations between the US and that country, which had, from a US perspective, a radical President Morales. In one of the earliest meetings that they had with Morales simply said that it was up to them to cooperate with the US, that they would be needing assistance, and if they didn't essentially come up with an agenda that was suitable for the US, that leverage would be employed against them. So you might say Bolivia had a problem with the US before being approached, and that was one of the reasons why they would be susceptible. But it seems from the Abkhaz point of view, they acted too swiftly. Unlike Venezuela and Nicaragua, which were not announced in advance, the Abkhaz announced in advance that they were waiting for Bolivia and Ecuador to recognize the independence of Abkhazia, and that allowed the US to mobilize, and it gave them enough time to apply pressure to secure a reversal. And as Slava Chirikba, the Abkhaz foreign minister, later recalled in an interview with me, the recognitions of the republic were thwarted several times because they were declared too early. So there's a certain perception that was a misstep on behalf of the Abkhaz, that they were too confident about these recognitions, and there was kind of a wave of recognitions, with Nicaragua and Venezuela, and that they were sure others would follow. But actually, there was enough time for the US to counteract those moves in Ecuador and Bolivia. And there's some of the quotations which illustrate that. They may be too long to read here, but essentially, they're quite colourful though. Maybe I will quote this one in brief. Just simply, Maxim Vinja, again the Abkhaz foreign minister of the time, simply saying that he had secured recognition. And more or less, he was there for a phone call that came from the US where all sorts of expletives and threats were made, and to break off relations and break off financing, and ultimately they reversed their position. And his point of view was, as expressed to me in an interview as far back as 2011, was that he could have made much more headway were it not for the United States and the European Union. In fact, he never really emphasized the Georgians. He didn't see them as the main adversary in securing recognitions. It was primarily the United States and the European Union, who of course had a much larger global reach than the Georgians had. In response to Georgian memoranda, on at least 3 occasions in April and May 2011, the US government warned the Dominican Republic, the government there, against recognizing Abkhazia, and recognition appeared imminent as an official delegation headed by the Dominican Republic's deputy prime minister paid an official visit to Abkhazia in May 2011. So again, it seemed that recognition was on the cards, but again, they seem to have declared too early. and the president of the Dominican Republic was summoned to New York. Again, I think it's a wonderful quotation from Maxim Grinja. He says, "I do not know what they did to him, but after that he was afraid to answer my emails." But again, that followed shortly after an official visit by the Deputy Prime Minister. So something happened. We may never know. It's not there in the WikiLeaks cables, but whatever was said to that President Fernandez, their engagement with Abkhazia came to an abrupt halt. And then there's the post-Soviet region. In 2008, there was a meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Dushanbe. This was a great opportunity for Russia to try and push its objective of securing further recognitions for Abkhazia so that Russia wouldn't appear so isolated on the issue. But there was little incentive for countries like China, who of course had their own, regions to worry about, Taiwan, Tibet, and the Uyghurs, of course, or indeed you have the Central Asians states who also had potentially separatist regions. So there was very little appetite for following Russia on this. You had Tajikistan's president later confiding to the US Undersecretary that he had come under tough pressure at the summit from the Russians. He did, like many of the others, blame Saakashvili for poor judgment in bringing this to a head, but he did manage to resist the pressure from Russia to recognize Abkhazia, and the Americans considered this to be enough of a victory, that it wasn't useful to pursue the matter further, that Tajikistan not recognizing Abkhazia was as much as they were going to get. Belarus, though, proved to be the real game changer. Belarus more or less had promised, or rather Lukashenko had promised to recognize Abkhazia, but to make a very long story short, because I'm conscious of the time, he asked Medvedev, there's a wonderful, here's the quotation here, he asked Medvedev how would he insulate Belarus from the negative repercussions from particularly the European Union. The US wasn't as important. They didn't have much trade really with Belarus, but it was the European Union that was most important. And as you can see here, Medvedev asks him, he says, well, when are you going to recognize Abkhazia to fulfill your solemn pledge? And Lukashenko replied, "I'm not rejecting that I made such a pledge, but there will be consequences. Are you ready, Mr. President, dear friend, to share these consequences together with us? Are you ready to put your shoulder to ours?" And Lukashenko says, Medvedev said, "Let's stop this horse trading. This is one issue and that's another." So Lukashenko replies, "Thanks, the issue is now closed. There's no continuation to this conversation." And if Lukashenko is to be believed, that's essentially how the potential recognition of Abkhazia by Belarus came to an end. It was something that, I was in Georgia a lot during this period, that worried the Georgians immensely during this period, and indeed there was a warming of relations afterwards between Saakashvili and Lukashenko, because they recognized how close they had come to Belarus recognizing Abkhazia, and how difficult that would have been for Georgia, particularly in the context of the European neighborhood policy of the European Union, which of course included Belarus and Georgia, and that it would be impossible for Georgia to remain in such a group if Belarus had recognized Abkhazia. So it was a source of huge relief, and that was the real game changer. Once Belarus was induced, not to recognize Abkhazia, mainly, as I said, through the threat of pressure from the European Union, it was very unlikely any other pro-Soviet country was going to follow. And then finally, we move on to the South Pacific, where you have a lot of old hands at the recognition game. They've often been targeted by China and Taiwan, and the key kind of valuable recognitions that Taiwan secured, for example, were the Solomon Islands, Palau, Marshall Islands, Kiribati, Nauru, and Tuvalu, and these were all ripe for inducements from the Kremlin to recognize Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and indeed 3 were secured, as I said, and 2 subsequently recanted. To look at them briefly, Nauru, very small, 21 square kilometers, tiny, 10,000 people, an 18-member parliament, largely composed of family and friends, only joined the UN in 1999, and it was going through a very rough period economically, so definitely open to economic inducements. There's Nauru, that's it, that's the entirety of it, as you can see, very, very small. So the US Embassy privately noted that whereas the Georgians had been manic when the Venezuelan and Nicaraguan recognitions had been adopted, they were at least outwardly more relaxed about Nauru. They didn't consider it as much of a threat, and there were a number of kind of visits and treaties that were signed between the representatives of Nauru and Abkhazia, but these were entirely superficial in character. For example, visa-free treaties. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that anybody from Nauru's 4,000 adults were going to be, visiting, Abkhazia on for business or pleasure. So this was entirely symbolic, and they were the kind of agreements that the Prime Minister from Tuvalu signed when I met him in Abkhazia in 2011. Tuvalu, similarly, very small, 26,000 people, also 26,000 kilometers, also 10,000 people, a 12-seat parliament, and with the British monarch being the head of state, it withdrew its recognition in 2013. The Georgian foreign minister made a tour of the South Pacific in 2011, and there was follow-up pressure from the United States. There's Tuvalu there again, very, very small, a collection of 8 islands. And as you can see, the biggest one is just about big enough to hold an airstrip. Vanuatu, very complex story in a way. They have very divisive politics in Vanuatu, and they're also veterans of the Chinese-Taiwan tug of war. And as I said, they recognized, then de-recognized, then recognized again, and then finally de-recognized. And I won't go into the details of that, other than to say that it's also parallel to the experience with China and Taiwan. And again, money is the key thing at play here. There were a number of near misses from an Abkhaz perspective, Fiji in particular. The Georgians went on a huge drive to secure, thanks Paul, I have 5 minutes apparently, and that'll be ample time to finish up. During the 4 years following the 2008 war, Georgia established diplomatic relations with a staggering 50 UN member states. It goes to show you how many, it's kind of, for new small states like Georgia, they prioritize establishing diplomatic relations with what they considered big countries, strategically important countries, EU countries. But there were large parts of the world where they had no diplomatic representation, or indeed even bilateral relations. So once they saw these tiny states like Tuvalu and Nauru recognizing Abkhazia, it became clear they would have to proactively go out there and establish bilateral relations, if only to stop preemptively recognitions of Abkhazia. So, Georgia establishes diplomatic relations with Fiji in March of 2010. And it becomes a nation that was honoured by a visit from the Georgian Foreign Minister Fashadze in 2011. And indeed, the Georgians donated things like computer netbooks, laptops, and for schools in Fiji, and provided scholarships for Fijian students, all as a way of counteracting Russian economic pressure that might be applied, or as they put it, they were asking the Fijians to resist the temptation to recognize Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And finally, Syria. As I said, we thought the momentum had completely gone out of the whole recognition campaign by 2018, and then out of the blue comes Syria. Again, this was obviously a reward for Russia's kind of support of the regime in Syria. The Abkhaz, of course, like to argue that it's something a little bit more than that. That they did have independent efforts. They had reached out to the Syrians. There is, of course, an Abkhaz diaspora in the region. And my interview with Chirikba on the subject, he says, well, of course, Russia was a strong factor. I think that's putting it, of course, mildly. But he goes on to say the Abkhaz side, too, was very active diplomatically. But I think it's fair to say, again, this isn't covered now in the WikiLeaks. This is just as more or less I was putting together the research, you get the Syria recognition coming along, and that's added at the very end. There are other forms of recognition, of course, that the Abkhaz have tried to pursue that's somewhat less than UN member state recognition through sport, for example. You have, of course, Abkhazia's participation in Kanifa, that World Cup that was hosted in Abkhazia of these non-FIFA member football associations. You also have had agreements between the Abkhaz administration and territorial subunits of recognized UN member states, particularly in Italy. And then, of course, you have recognition from other unrecognized states, which I've mentioned earlier. So to conclude, there's an extreme asymmetry in the Russian-Abkhaz relationship. I think that's obvious. And then combined with Abkhazia's anomalous status, this has fostered a very high dependence on Moscow. And this has been extended to efforts to secure recognition for Abkhazia. And while the Abkhaz MFA have ardently pushed its case for recognition, and particularly those two individuals I mentioned, Maxim Gvinja and Slava Chirikba, Moscow's clout has been decisive in securing the breakthroughs. The criteria for recognition, as you know, are quite vague, they're contradictory, they're under-regulated, and they're decentralized to every state. And I guess, not surprisingly, perhaps recognition has proven to be, in this case, as indeed perhaps in every case, a political rather than a legal process. And finally, despite the recent addition of Syria to its diplomatic network, Abkhazia's recognitions are vulnerable. Those provided by Nicaragua and Venezuela were very much the personal initiative of Daniel Ortega and Hugo Chavez. And indeed, when those regimes come to an end, and they are quite vulnerable, it's likely that the recognitions of Nicaragua and Venezuela will also be revoked. And it's unlikely that recognition of Abkhazia, as I just said, will survive long, those regimes. And a tempting aid package for Nauru, along with a change of government in Syria and the recognition of Abkhazia might well be reduced to a solitary endorsement from its reliable patron, Russia. So essentially, Russia hasn't really succeeded in extending, and as I said, with some assistance from people on the ground, of course, in Abkhazia, hasn't extended really in producing a durable network of recognitions for Abkhazia. It could all fall down within a year or two, as I said, if you had changes of government in Nicaragua, Venezuela, and the Nauru government, which is very small, could be induced to go the other direction. And that's my presentation. As I said, it's different from what I usually do, as I said, which is more on internal politics. But as I said, I did find the WikiLeaks sources very useful, and I would definitely recommend them to others as a source for information on the high politics associated with the region.
Great, Anna. Thank you so much. Very interesting indeed, and something I did not know too much about. So we are only a couple of minutes over time. And Eiki, you will get your 10 minutes, not much to comment upon so many interesting talks. But even if we have to go a couple of minutes into the break, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Paul. I got a very difficult task, actually, because there were very interesting presentations, and all in all, there were 5 of them. So please just accept my apologies if I'm not able to go through all these 5 presentations, and I just reflect something I was able to remember from all these very rich presentations. I start with John's, Gerard's, and Kristin's presentation. I have to say that I have always admired the organizational capability of this research team in organizing surveys in very difficult regions. I myself tried to do several surveys in places such as Transnistria, also Northern Cyprus, and also I have done something in Bosnia Herzegovina, but I didn't have any this kind of courage to go as far as to end up in Nagorno-Karabakh, because I always took it as a very, very kind of difficult place. And who would be, let's say, the people to rely on, and how to guarantee that the results will be really something useful. So that's why I used focused interviews in my study in Nagorno-Karabakh and also in Abkhazia. So when I just listened to a presentation, I came to 2 figures what you presented. The first one, and then that was something that the red light started to burn, basically, and I became a little bit, careful, because you said that 37% of your respondents showed no interest in politics, but at the same time, the questions you were asking were very much political questions. So. And then how could you, what is your conclusion here, or how much value do you put on these answers, where let's say 37% of the respondents didn't really care much about these issues. The second figure here was this 0.6% felt fearful. So conventional understanding of Nagorno-Karabakh and the situation there has always been a situation of no war, no peace. But no war, no peace means that the security is a crucial issue. Again, how can we take this figure, 0.6% only feeling fearful? And that was relatively, let's say, close to these tragic events that happened in September 2020. Then when we move on to Nona's and Anita's presentation, what I just remember from the slides that Nona, not Nona, but Anita was presenting, there was a empty rocket shell on the window to grow flowers. So does it mean again that the war is like usual business? Or people have got so much used with this tragic surrounding and everyday's pain that they don't care much, and does somehow this again goes along with the findings of John's, Gerald's, and Kristin's results of this making no difference of fear or no fear. Actually, what I somehow missed from your presentation was not so much related to representation, what you presented, and that was very rich again, kind of participant observation, full of different, images from the post-war situation. But what I missed really was the figures of returns. Let's say the figures of returns today to Nagorno-Karabakh is really telling for me when I see that, let's say, three quarters of the IDPs have returned to Karabakh. Then I could already understand that this is the situation is getting closer to normalization. When the figure is less than half, then I still think that the thing is very far from reaching, the normalization. So I think this is quite indicative, quite telling figure, and we can very much charge over the current situation when we know about that figure about the returns to Nagorno-Karabakh. Then Anastasia, again, very rich, very detailed, very interesting presentation. But again, you were talking about the collective conflict identities, and presumably all these collective conflict identities are, so to say, constructed identities. So if it is possible to construct this kind of identities, then it is also possible to construct different kind of identities. And I give you just an example. When you did your fieldwork, when you talk to people, did you ever come across with people saying that, just asking a kind of rhetoric question, why did we fight this war when we are now slipping to Russia? So what was this worth of, let's say? And is this now an independent country as such? This is a kind of rhetoric question, and you can always put these things in different ways. So because the fact that Georgia has this kind of enemy image, this is a well-known thing. I mean, and this is most obvious, but just to see it in a little bit more varied way, or just bringing in some more different perspectives. That would have been interesting to see as well. Then Tanaka, absolutely great that you're also fascinated about WikiLeaks cables, and the fact that you also managed to do interesting interviews with people who served in important positions in Abkhazia, like ex-ministers of foreign affairs. When I listened to presentation again, a lot of interesting details, and definitely there has not much been researched in this field. But then again, I got the feeling that in case of Abkhazia, recognitions either just happened, or they were orchestrated or organized and managed by Russia, or it was just because of the successful campaign of Abkhazian authorities. But now, what I would have tried to understand or get a better knowledge of that, what was most important here, and how much, let's say, Abkhazians themselves invested in it, consciously trying to seek recognitions, being very active in this foreign affairs field, and also what was behind of that. It is just recognition is not just legalizing its existence in international society of independent states, but it is also, it can be also seen as something that could, let's say, help to balance against one direction or one way kind of dominance of Russia, so that there are also other countries to rely on, to have kind of multi-vector foreign policy, and that is important. So the very question is about the Abkhazia's own agency, capacity to act, willingness to proactively search partners and fight for its own deserved place in international society. So I'll finish here. And once again, thanks a lot for these very interesting presentations.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Eke. You did a great job. So what about Sergey? Did you have any comments for him, or?
Sergey's paper.
No, maybe it's not even. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, fine. I mean, we are now 5 minutes into our break, and we have, Vladimir takes care of the schedule. But so, do you want us to have a 20 minutes break, Vladimir, or should we cut it down to 15?
We deserve a break of 20 minutes.
I guess we do. We have a lot of information and impressions to digest.
Let's be back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's be back at 35 minutes past 7.
Excellent.
Central European time.
Yeah.
Okay.
We will be there. Yeah. Well, So see you then.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I guess it will be unfair not to offer to the speakers at the last session an opportunity to answer to the remarks of the discussant. So will we do it at the end of this session, at the very end of our workshop, or now? It's up to you. I believe it would be better to do it at the end, to unite the discussion to sessions.
Okay, do you want us to start, Vladimir?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, then I've got the pleasure to chair the fourth session. And this session is on post-Soviet de facto states from a comparative perspective, something I suppose we've touched on a little bit in other sessions already. And we've got 4 presentations, and Gerard lined up as the discussant at the end. We will go first to Magdalena Dybinska from the University of Montreal, who will talk about democratizations and earned legitimacy, local patronal interests and political struggles in Transnistria and Abkhazia. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Vladimir, for inviting me to this workshop. Very stimulating. Can I share my screen, please? Can you make me co-host?
You can, I guess.
I can already. Okay, good. Okay, it works, I think. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. When you invited me, actually, I didn't really know as yet how and what I will exactly present. I came up with this rather dramatic title with the end reflecting maybe some COVID moods rather than the presentation itself. Actually, it partly presents what I am going to talk about, but not entirely. So what I'm going to do is to propose a twofold argument and a venue for research. So again, as some of the papers that were presented in this workshop, it's work in progress and not, so I'm not really presenting the results, but the ideas for further research, which I would like to test with you. So for years, the de facto states were treated as black holes. And in the beginning of 2010, scholars have observed that there are some positive democratization processes on the ground, and these democratization processes were mainly attributed or explained through a strategy that is aiming at earning external legitimacy. And this is what I would like to challenge in this presentation with proceeding in 2 steps. So first, when I was writing my book manuscript on internal legitimization strategies, state building, nation building in Transnistria and Abkhazia, I came to the conclusion that actually internal factors explain better the start of the democratizations rather than external factors. And this is not to say that de facto authorities do not use discursively the idea of democratization and democracy for external legitimization, but actually the start of democratizations, pluralism, is due to internal factors, struggles, etc. And second, I have a PhD student who works on nationalist movements in the Caribbean region. And I discovered this large literature on small states. And I was struck by the similarities that one can see on regime types and political regimes in small states and de facto states. And these comparisons are not entirely new. So it was already mentioned, Scott mentioned the Georgia Comey's paper on de facto states' dependence on patron states, where he compares Eurasian de facto states to small island dependencies. And I also discovered Eike's and Crystal's chapter on de facto states agency international relations, which is actually part of a handbook, recently published handbook on small states. So these developments in recent years probably has there's a venue there to compare non-recognized states with recognized states, and this is something that my colleague Lee Seymour would be very happy with. Some years ago, he wrote in a discussion on de facto states, he wrote that the absence of international legal sovereignty affects democratization, state building, and legitimation processes, to be sure, but other factors often have far greater effects. To know more about the causal and constitutive effects of recognition, the study of de facto states needs to move beyond the narrow focus of a heterogeneous set of unrecognized states. So this is what I would like to pursue and propose. Well, maybe this is like a 3.5 image that Scott mentioned, or 2.5, I don't know. So to compare this non-recognized with recognized states. So first of all, so in order to test if non-recognition has an effect on democratization and regime type, comparing de facto states with recognized small states might be a productive venue. And second proposition is that democratizations and political regimes, which are in the literature on democratizations, I come from comparative politics, are distinct objects of analysis in the literature on de facto states. It's often seen quite in the same, like, synonymous. So they have much in common with what we know of the small states. So maybe size matters more than non-recognition, question mark. So what is said about democratizations in the literature on de facto states, how it is linked? It is linked to mostly to non-recognition. So non-recognition means that de facto states are facing constant perceived threat from the parent states, and facing that threat, they will have centralized politics, or to the contrary, maybe they will develop a culture of compromise to unite the people, elites, and people against this perceived threat. And non-recognized, they also face the lack of resources, and facing lack of resources, democratization is a strategy to gain popular legitimacy. But more and more in the literature, there seems to be a consensus, or at least it's the emphasis is on democratization processes as being a tool for external legitimization, or even that the non-recognition itself might be a catalyst for democratizations. This is what Voller told in studying Iraqi Kurdistan. But as McQueen says in the Kurdistan case, all these debates work from the premise that the search for recognition and legitimacy are the defining features of de facto statehood. But democratization is not the product of efforts for international recognition, but has developed as a conscious decision on the part of political elites that this structure can serve the interests and the perceived interests of the Kurdish community as a whole. So I would argue that the same would apply to Transnistria and Abkhazia. Democratizations, the start of somehow pluralism, is a consequence of internal struggles, and probably not, I'm not sure that the common good was here on the minds of the political elites in Transnistria and Abkhazia, but rather internal struggles that, and I will not go into detail here, you are all, most of you at least, very familiar with internal politics in Transnistria and Abkhazia, and also yesterday Paul put the table for me when he was explaining all the elections and actors, political actors in Transnistria and Abkhazia. So I will really briefly go through this. Just to make the point that democratizations, what was perceived as being a democratic move in Transnistria, was actually a consequence of the privatization reforms in the beginning of 2000s. And this privatization reforms resulted in a differentiation of economic interests of the political elites. So this was the period also when many observers talked about the beginning of pluralism in Transnistria. There was this Obnovlenie party, which is Sheriff's political wing. But actually, as other authors argued, there was like a tacit agreement between then president and the Smirnov and the conglomerate of Sheriff. It was like a duopoly or cartel, actually. But the split of a single pyramid, if we use Henry Hale's analysis, came with this split within Obnovlenie of Shevchuk and Shevchuk. Shevchuk was pushed out from Obnovlenie and it resulted in competitive elections in 2011 with three major candidates, Smirnov, Shevchuk, and Kaminsky. So it was the beginning of this pluralism, but this was a result of privatization reforms and differentiation of economic interests and of political elites. In Abkhazia, this political pluralism is also mainly a result of internal struggles between competing networks. So you have we were talking in different papers, different presentations of the first president of Abkhazia, Vladislav Ardingba, and when he was sick and elections were in view. Two competing, family members, Ardingba, Salebi Ardingba and Levan Ardingba competed between them for power. They were assassinated, and this was a window of opportunity for veteran organizations to unite. And in legislative elections in 2002, it resulted in non-cooperative parliament vis-a-vis the president, followed by the presidential elections, where you had the Kajimba, Ardingba's protege, and Bagapsh from the opposition that were competing for power. And again, Paul explained these elections, but from this point on, a multi-party system developed. So very shortly, really, but the point is that the democratizations were a consequence of internal struggles rather than external legitimization. So this is not to say that democratization didn't work or that that there's no progress. So Scott wrote that democratization is not just a cynical strategy to win acceptance. It has taken root and made real progress in many de facto states. Donaha also argued that, well, in most cases, elections are competitive with high degree of uncertainty as to the final results. So, and Freedom House confirms we have de facto states that are free, that are partly free, etc. But that being said, that democracy is not necessarily a word, and we had this discussion yesterday very briefly. Democracy is not the word that we would use describing most de facto states. What we see is some democracy with adjectives at best, a hybrid. We talk about hybrid regimes, about ethnic democracy or nationalizing states that are the result of ethnicization of conflicts and of the non-recognition again, because for the claim of self-determination of people. So I leave it, I think everybody, it was mentioned in other papers. So we talk about ethnic democracies, we talk about tutelar democracies, where free and fair elections are held, but the elected face scrutiny and pressure from unelected actors, such as military or businessmen, and here Transnistria is certainly a case. The tutelar democracy tag was used by Kanol Koprulu for the Turkish Cyprus case, most particularly, where they argue that patron state is such an unelected actor who controls decision-making processes in client states. We've also seen yesterday that the patron-client relation is more complicated than that, but still, so you have ethnic democracies, tutelar democracies, patronal regimes. So patronal regimes was the Henry Hale book, where the Eurasian de facto states are also put in that category, where contestation is there, but it is a contestation between hierarchically organized patronal networks which compete in formal elections and distribute resources and coercion among clients. So this is what more or less is said about de facto states. So the quality of democracy is not really there. In Transnistria and in Abkhazia, you have strong presidentialism with informal patron-client relations. There's talk about corruption. In Transnistria, there's a symbiosis between politics and business. So even if you have regular competitive elections, more and more, and since we've seen since the presidential elections in 2016 with the election of President Krasnoselski and the latest legislative elections in 2020, actually the sheriff conglomerate captured the state and controls the society. So we are kind of back to the single pyramid patronal regime if we use the terms of Henry Hale. In Abkhazia, parties are clientelistic, and even if you have regular competitive elections, the focus of competition, electoral competition, is on individuals rather than ideologies or programs. There is a rotation of power between networks, so there is like a two pyramidal patronal regime. However, despite ethnic democracy that is in presence in Abkhazia, there is societal pluralism, and even recently, because of the rallies that took place in 2014 and then 2020, we even talk about rally democracy, or Paul lately talked about ochlocracy. So, okay, but what if? So non-recognition is the main explanation for democratizations and for poor quality of democratic regimes in de facto states. But what if other factors should be taken into account? And here, what I propose is that the patronal regimes in de facto states have much in common with the everyday practice of democracy that is studied in small states that are characterized by hyper-personalism. So what is small and why it matters? So there's quite old literature on the small, on the size measure, how to measure the size of states, etc. But the current consensus is that we talk about states that are under 1 million of population residents. And why does the scale matters is because it is 1 million residents is obviously an arbitrary, but the point is that small societies have a special social ecology that leads to vulnerability. So small limits the capacity of political, economic, and administrative systems. Small reduces competition and leads to monopolistic or oligopolistic arrangements in the marketplace of ideas, of politics, and in an economy. Small leads to closely knit community with highly personalized relationships, informality of interactions, intertwinement of political and administrative roles, and personalization of jobs. So these are the small countries that are recognized, that are members of UN. Of the UN, and that have populations below 1 million of people. It's taken from a book on democracy and small states. And you have 39 such countries. Some of them were already mentioned by Donaka. So next time, maybe if I have a grant, I'll choose to go to Fiji, and I will have very nice pictures with sandy, sunny beaches to compete with Scots camels. But what is the link in this literature that is rather new for me between small size and democracy? So on the one hand, there is this idea that small states are much more likely to be democratic because they are more coherent, political communities are more coherent, because there is a short distance between the population and political elites. So it's more representative, more responsive, more accessible, more accountable, etc. However, specialists of small states, what they say is that actually small states make a mockery of any set of democracy preconditions and criteria, because the political and cultural practices actually tend to be quite undemocratic and de facto lead to deviations from democracy. And the size is important here. So because of the small size of these societies, the regimes in small states tend to have 6 characteristics, and I take it from the book published in 2018 on democracy and small states by Corbett and Vindendal. So there is a strong connection between individual leaders and constituents, which leads to particularistic social relations. And these particularistic social relations imply that there is a lot of informal communication. And when there is informal communication between individual leaders and constituents, there is a lot of problems with accountability. In small democracies, there is a limited private sphere, because there is an overlap between public and private activities and relationships. Political agencies are less anonymous, even deduced from family names, something that maybe could apply in Abkhazia. Politicians maintain second jobs, businesses, while they're elected. So there is the concern in these states, the concern for corruptions is magnified. Third characteristic is that there's a limited role of ideology and programmatic policy debates. So elections focus on personalities and leaders. Parties are vehicles of networks of patron-client relations. There is also a strong political polarization, because the competition is between personalities and not between ideologies, and not on ideologies. Any competition is on personal disagreements, and when it touches on personal disagreements, if they are really in conflict, it will last forever. Finally, to last characteristic of these regimes in small states is the ubiquity of patronage. So patronage, clientelism, nepotism, and also small states are characterized with a large public sector, which is true for Transnistria and for Abkhazia too, which are often rife with patronage. So it's normal that public sector appointments are a basis for political loyalties. And finally, the capacity to dominate all aspects of public life. So in these small regimes, apparently there is a weak institutional checks on executive power. Executive power dominates the government, bureaucracy, and the society, including the control over the media. So I conclude with, so it's just I hope that you see some similarities and parallels that can be made with the de facto states, and I will take my research from there. But I'm really looking forward to see what you think about this. So the tendencies in small democracies is that there is a relative absence of ideology. So the focus is on politicians, which undermines representation. There's patron-client linkages, meaning unequal access to public resources, strong polarization and personality clashes, collusion and corruption, risk of hyper-personalism, executive domination, despotism. Public servants and politicians can be subordinated to lobby interest groups, leading to accountability problems, to political economic collusion, and to capture of the state. So at the same time, it does not mean that democratizations are lost forever. What I found in this literature is that the reasons why some small countries take a more democratic path than others are largely the product of contingent combinations of key personalities and historical circumstances. So in conclusion, size seems to matter. And to what extent does recognition, not recognition, matters for the political regimes, democratizations in de facto states? That's still an open question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Magdalena, and right on time as well. So we move on, we keep the discussion again for the end, and we move on to Ariane Bachelet from the University of Paris, Sorbonne, and the title of her paper is Abkhazia and South Ossetia, Border Closure and Estrangement from Georgia. Over to you, Ariane.
Thank you. I'm just sharing the screen. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to Vladimir, especially, who invited me to this, to my first virtual conference. And also behind him, thanks to Maria, to Anton, to Alexander, Nikita, maybe Misha, for organizing this event. And I also want to thank my friend and colleague Laura Jane, who helped me to prepare this presentation. So just some words about me. I am a French PhD student working under the supervision of Richard and in co-direction with Vladimir. My PhD deals about territorial recompositions in the post-Soviet Caucasus linked to the existence of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And I work more specifically on the processes of fragmentation and integration. So for this workshop, I wanted to speak about something which is more actual, because it seems more interesting than boring you about theoretical stuff of my PhD. And I decided to speak about a process that has been underway for more than a decade now, but has especially radicalized in the context of the pandemic. And I am referring to the to the closure of the boundary lines between both de facto states, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and the territory controlled by Georgia. So I will not talk about the border with Russia, just make maybe some allusion. I will focus on the boundary lines shared with Georgia. So my main idea about this presentation was to link two main issues. The first one is the global process of fencing of the world. I am referring to the work of the French geographer Stéphane Rosière, that probably many of you know. He has written an article in English, but he has especially published a very interesting book in French. And in this book, for instance, he said that the process of fencing of the world, he calls it the cloisonnement du monde, has been particularly present in this century, the 21st century, because 3/4 of the wall have been created in this century. So it's a very current new processes that is happening worldwide. And in this context, so just maybe another word about what he is saying. Stéphane Rosière explains that very important, the fence, the wall is not the point. The fence is meant to redirect the flows to the checkpoints, and it's in the place where the checkpoint is located that the control is happening. Also, he says that borders very often are not completely closed, flows are still going on. And this is also very important information. Anyway, so in this context of these global trends toward enclosing of the world, let's say, or compartmentalization of the world, happened the pandemic, and this added another, how can I say, another path toward border closures, because worldwide we have all noticed countries closing their borders. And here again, borders have not been closed, they are just more selective to the people entering. So what about Abkhazia and South Ossetia? Probably you have been interested in this issue. Abkhazia closed this border with Georgia in March 2020, and South Ossetia in February 2020. When the border or the checkpoint with Russia have been closed, but not in the whole period, and is now reopened. And the checkpoints with Georgia have not yet reopened. So I'm talking about this issue of border closing, and I put it in the context of political, how can I say? For me, the political process of what I call estrangement from Georgia. So the idea that Abkhazia and South Ossetia are making Georgia a foreign country and turn the back to Georgia. And I think that European observers that tend to access this field, Abkhazia, because South Ossetia is closed, through Georgia. And we are very influenced, I think, by the rhetorics that is in Georgia. And this is understandable. And also very understandable rhetoric that is in Georgia, that you can hear that if Russia would not have been, they would always have this good relation that they used to have with their brothers, Ossetians and Abkhazian. And here in Russian, you have a quote from a taxi driver which is it's a very good example of what you can hear in Georgia. We always used to live together. We went to funerals, to weddings. And on the contrary, in Abkhazia, where some of you have already been, and in South Ossetia, according to Larissa Sotieva, that I am here quoting also, there is another idea of at least putting a border, and border will bring security. For instance, the closing of borders that I will very soon talk about, border checkpoints between Abkhazia and South Ossetia, Abkhazia and Georgia, was a political promise that Rajimba made to his electorate. The same in South Ossetia, Larisa Sotieva said, at the moment, there is a popular opinion that it is important to build a border and not to let anyone from the south enter Ossetia, from the south meaning from Georgia. So I will speak very briefly about borderization and checkpoints, although it's maybe interesting, but I can come back on that. So what is called borderization or fencing of Abkhazia and South Ossetia is mainly, according to UMM, 30 kilometers of fences for Abkhazia, 60 kilometers of fences for South Ossetia, which is data from 2018, and this process is still going on. There are around 20 Russian FSB outposts or border guard outposts. One example is the one close to Anaklia in Abkhazia on the Black Sea. Cameras, barbed wire, signs especially for South Ossetia. Mainly the fences and the cameras and the signs concern South Ossetia, or are at least very popular for the South Ossetian case. This is a map which represents data from the Ministry of Interior of Georgia, if I'm not wrong, which were given to Amnesty International, who wrote a very interesting report about borderization. And you can see that all the instances of fencing have happened in the southern part of South Ossetia, which because it's fields, villages, hills, and in the northern parts you have woods and you have mountains. So their borderization is almost not happening. From view from the sky of Ergneti Tring Valley, you can see the surveillance cameras. You can guess the fence. I know that there is a fence because I was there. And then houses burned, houses rebuilt. Fencing activities, as I said, are still going on. This is one of the last events that happened in Gugutiankari, and the activist David Katsarava, who has a drone, shot these images where you can see on the left the borderization occurring and some locals or Georgians talking, I don't know, official, maybe UMM. And on the image on the right, you can see the village of Tisebi, which has been burned and been rebuilt. And back, you have the Russian border guard outpost. So what about checkpoints? Because as I said, fences are just aimed at blocking all the uncontrolled flows between locals, which always used to cross these lands, and force them to ask permits and to cross the border at the checkpoint. So for Abkhazia, there used to be many checkpoints accessible for locals, except the Enguri Bridge accessible for the foreigners that everyone going to Abkhazia has crossed, I guess. Majority of them were closed, as I said, as a promise given by Rajimba when he was elected, and there have not come on this decision, although there were a lot of protests from Georgia and UMM and other foreign organizations. As regarding South Ossetia, there were one main checkpoint in Odissi and two small checkpoints in the mountains for locals, and they have been all closed due to an event that happened here in Hovchana in 2019, and I will talk later about that. And here you have a very small checkpoint just for around 10 villagers crossing from Kherchua to Zargiankari because they have fields. Here are images of the checkpoints. This on the left is the main checkpoints with South Ossetia in Odissi, which has been closed. As you can see, it's a very very nice. It should probably have cost a lot of money. And on the right, you can guess the checkpoints in the mountains. And this is the main checkpoints between Abkhazia and Georgia. And in the right, you can see an actual view of the checkpoint, which is open, but almost no one can cross. It's used mainly for emergencies. As you can see, you have a Skori Pomoc Russian one and emergency Georgian one. Here you have some views of the checkpoints between Abkhazia and Georgia that are closed. And then about the closure of the checkpoints, it's interesting to notice, especially for South Ossetia, but also for Abkhazia, that before the pandemic, the checkpoints has been already closed due to another pandemic of swine flu and due to the protests that happened in Tbilisi and in all Georgia in 2019. And as you can see also, the checkpoints has been reopened on some occasion for locals, especially to take pensions. On the contrary, after the pandemic, South Ossetia never reopened its checkpoints, but the checkpoints were already closed after the Horchana-Tbilisi events, except one in Karsmani, but they planned to close it just before the pandemic. And before this, here is a small graphic where you can notice that starting from 2015, South Ossetian KGB and Russia, of course, decided to close these checkpoints on several occasions for 2-3 days on many events, celebrations, presidential or parliamentary election, Independence Day, and it has been more and more frequent. And I mean, to me, it's a trend and it's interesting anyway. So then about the process, political process of what I call estrangement of Georgia or making Georgia a foreign country. I just want to speak about 2 small events that to me are very relevant to understand how the border regime, border policy, border activities can help understand better the political attitudes in both entities toward resuming relation with Georgia or any kind of contact that could happen. These are images and text taken from the Facebook page of the South Ossetian KGB that has been, after these events, not active anymore. So in the forest and hills between the villages of Tbilisi, that is here, and the village of Horchana, here, Tbilisi in South Ossetian Control Territory, Horchana Georgian Control Territory, some things occurred. First, South Ossetian KGB started to demarcate boundary further, as you can see in the red line, because before the line was passing just after the village of Tbilisi, going the river, and then very at the north, just west, going west. So they just demarcated the boundary lines further, first woods, then Georgians installed the police points, then started a scandal. South Ossetian also erected posts, and Russian in this issue just stayed back. After this event, KGB, which is in charge of border regime, decided to close all the checkpoints. And recently, in a talk with the former chief negotiator from the Georgian security services, he told me a very interesting thing. In his opinion, Horchana event represented a turning point in the policy, in the strategy of Russia, who pushed South Ossetians to provocate Georgia to go to the red line and to push them to enter in negotiation directly with South Ossetian and not with Russian. So the interest is first that Georgia not recognize South Ossetia, would be forced to at least recognize that it has a certain control of the territory. And second, that Georgia would be also forced to talk about the border delimitation, which has been and is still being avoided, because talking about delimitation would be also recognizing South Ossetian authority and sovereignty in a way. Concerning concerning Abkhazia, after the election of Brania, it seemed that through many statements, the new president called for deepening economic ties and increasing dialogue with the authorities in Tbilisi, which has led to two incidents, if we can call it like that, which in my opinion is interesting to understand how the society in Abkhazia is not at all ready to resume dialogue or even to make some passe droit, I don't have the word in English, for Georgians. So in summer last year, two members of the Parliament of Georgia and the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, who is also the head of the party Alliance of Patriots, went secretly to Abkhazia to give these icons to the Ilori Church, which is located in Ochamchiri. And this visit was organized by Lasha Sakanya, who was the head of Brania, of the president. And after this event, both Georgian publicized in Facebook this event, and it started to be known in Abkhazia, and there was a strong reaction among a certain sphere of the society, especially the Arua, so the veterans of the war of Abkhazia, who asked for the sanctions against Sakanya, who then left office. And on the left, you have a discussion between parliament members of Abkhazia and these veterans of the war. It's on YouTube. It was Abaza TV who made this reportage, which is very interesting because you can understand that the society is not clearly against dialogue with Georgia, but Georgia would have first to recognize Abkhazia. And if Georgians want to enter Abkhazia, they have to respect the rule, which is ask a permit, because every Georgian should ask a permit or propusk to enter in Abkhazia. And second, more recently, an event, so it's on the left, it's Benur Kviray, who was economic affairs advisor to the president of Abkhazia, who went to Georgia along with two other Abkhaz officials. In the picture, which is a video actually, he is bringing a toast in a Georgian restaurant in Tbilisi, but I'm not sure, where he says that, where he praised to the shared history of Abkhazian and Georgians, who he called his neighbors, relatives and brothers. And he also called for the negative history between the two peoples to remain in the past. I'm quoting the articles of Open Caucasus Media. This event has been known in Abkhazia and led also to other protests. One is the gathering that you can see in the street. And after this event, so the president administration, the authority declares that they are not part of this issue, and that Kviray left office just before, some days before. But still, I think it's very interesting for my point. So the conclusion. So I think worldwide, the health crisis put a stop to mobility, damaged mobility, and always been. This has also been the case for the mobility between Georgia and secessionist entities, which is very understandable. But on the other way, mobilities has resumed with Russia, and very soon. And for instance, now it's, as far as I know, very normal. So why did Abkhazia didn't reopen the with Georgia? Why South Ossetia seems to have absolutely no interest in reopening the checkpoints with Georgia? I think this is very interesting, and combining the political attitudes that I have talked about and some events make us understand also better the policy that is concretely happening around the border issue. And I think maybe that some of us foreign observers, at least for me, are too humanistic, too optimistic, too maybe influenced by some rhetorics, and maybe it's not giving us the possibility to I don't know anyway. What I wanted to say that at least in my opinion, it should be considered that in Abkhazia and in South Ossetia, there probably is not in the short term a will to resume exchange with Georgia. Thank you for your attention. I hope you understand what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Ariane. That was really fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we move on to Sergei Golunov from the Institute of World Economy and International Relations. And he will talk about post-Soviet de facto borders in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Sergei, you've got the floor.
So thank you very much for giving me a floor. May I share my screen? I'm trying to do it. Yes. Just a minute. Sorry in advance for something like Eclipse style presentation. It comes with some disadvantages. I will have to simplify some things. I know that some things are much more complicated that I'm going to present here. And also, I will have to minimize a number of references. Mainly, my research is based on official websites, official information of de facto states, healthcare ministries, governmental sites, and releases, and on news by non-governmental sources. But the research on healthcare ministers was the most comprehensive. So let me proceed. So let me start, and one more important reservation. This is not a presentation about the comprehensive presentation about the de facto states' reaction to the pandemic, but rather it is a presentation on the functions, on the ways how the de facto borders functioned in these conditions. So let me start with border-related effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is about global borders, mainly internationally recognized. So this is a state, any state, and this is COVID-19. So how a typical state reacts? First of all, it introduces border controls as a barrier against the pandemic. It is about some questionnaires, temperature checks, and so on. It is usually considered with great degree of skepticism, as there are some estimations that border control can hold the pandemic for a week or so at best, but Russia was much more successful with China due to some fortunate circumstances. But anyway, and in many countries, this is a sign of Russian Consumer Protections Committee, Rospotrebnadzor. It is a symbol of any health protection agency, let it be. So such agencies are granted more powers in these pandemic conditions. So in the Russian case, Rospotrebnadzor was granted much more powers for border control than before, not only for border control, but also in discovering potential infection carriers and the isolation, also for controlling pandemic regulations and so on. What happens next? Border barriers collapse. A state introduces numerous numbers of internal borders, and the powers of this health protection, healthcare or consumer protection ministries increase even more. After that, there is mobility restrictions introduced, but it is about restrictions for ordinary mobility. And at the same time, some much needed flows are preserved. This is cross-border transportation. These are cross-border deliveries of essential goods and services, and for some emergencies. And this comes with a dilemma. If you allow these cross-border flows, you should bear risks of that because these goods and this transportation are driven, are brought by humans, and humans are infection carriers. So you can close borders for everything of this, but it can cause collapse, or you can take this risk. Usually risks are taken. And let me proceed with some border-related features of post-Soviet de facto states. It is a rather simplified picture. This is for Abkhazia. This is area. Donetsk People Republic. This is about territorial claims about borders. In the most of cases, borders with patron states are most important, respectively, of comparative lengths of borders with patron states and parent states. And territorial claims are also here in almost all of cases. This is Lugansk People Republic. Nagorno-Karabakh that suffered huge territorial loss. It was the largest de facto state before that war, and became the smallest de facto state after that. South Ossetia and Transnistria. Transnistria is the only de facto state that doesn't share a border with its patron state. And now it is the only de facto state that shares a border with a third country, namely Ukraine. And another model, cross-border communication of de facto states are impoverished. Most of them have just two sorts of borders, a border with a patron state and a border with a parent state. These are Abkhazia, Donetsk and Lugansk People Republics, Nagorno-Karabakh, and South Ossetia. As for patron states, these borders are not unproblematic. There is a relatively intensive cross-border movement, but borders are not entirely open, and border controls are securitized because patron states are a little bit afraid of smuggling and so on. As for parent states, cross-border communication is limited, or is in case of Azerbaijan and Nagorno-Karabakh almost non-existent. Cross-border movement and cross-border cooperation in most of cases are not welcome, as it was shown in the previous presentation, with the exception, notable exception of the Moldova-Transnistria case. And this is a special case of Transnistria. It doesn't have a border with a patron state, and it has a border with the parent state, that is Moldova, and with the third country, that is Ukraine. And it is very important, again, I will return to this issue, that post-Soviet de facto states largely have only these two kinds of borders, and it impoverishes the cross-border communication. So what about healthcare and politics of post-Soviet de facto states? This is a de facto state. These are typical problems experienced by the healthcare systems: lack of specialized healthcare, inadequate and outdated facilities, shortage of qualified staff, underfunding, and low salaries. That is not to say that these problems are not experienced by parent states. So this is a patron state that comes to rescue by providing aids and other supplies, training healthcare staff and accepting patients with serious conditions. For example, Krasnodar Krai's facilities are actually integral part of Abkhazian healthcare system. So all of this empowers a de facto state's healthcare system, and it enables it to make this healthcare information war with a parent state. It can be argued that healthcare is the most depoliticized field in relations, domain in relations between de facto states and outside world, but still it is politicized. Arguments, typical arguments are like this. Parent states argue that their healthcare systems are almost non-existent, and empowered de facto states argue that our healthcare systems are actually better than theirs. And in the case of Donetsk and Luhansk People Republics, there is a humanitarian program for reunification of the people of Donbass to solidify their claims for the entire parts of Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and medical aid to Ukrainians living in Kiev-controlled territory is a very important part of this program. Or was it, can be said. And this is the case of Transnistria. The case of Transnistria again has special because Transnistrian healthcare system, it is very interesting. It is empowered to some extent both by Russian and Moldovan healthcare systems. Some figures about the pandemic. These figures are very imprecise, especially relative figures. It is just to give some idea about order of numbers, because the figures about de facto states populations are not actually known, but just give some idea. This is Armenia that closed its de facto border with Nagorno-Karabakh on March. This is Nagorno-Karabakh. And one more point that adds uncertainty and vagueness to these figures. I perfectly understand that these figures of prevalence of for infection cases and even for deaths are to a large extent are determined by testing capacities of de facto states, and these testing capacities are poor, but at least these figures and these orders of figures are present in official discourses, so the importance can be considered this way. Georgia and Abkhazia. So nominally, the prevalence of COVID in Georgia was great, but who knows what, but testing capacities of Abkhazia was probably worse than Georgian. South Ossetia, even with poor testing capacity, figure is higher than in the case of Abkhazia. So probably actually it was higher than in Georgia. And this is for Russia. There is a lot of talk about Russian statistical tricks on COVID-19. This is Ukraine, also probably not without some statistical tricks. And in the cases of Donetsk and Luhansk People Republic, these figures are just about testing capacities, but it is interesting that formerly prevalence of coronavirus in Lugansk People's Republic was lower than in Donetsk one. And it was used as an argument in the quarrel about border regime, about border closure that I'm going to mention further. So this is, and Moldova, Transnistria. But in this case, testing capacities of Transnistria increased greatly upon time, and this figure probably also cannot be easily compared with this one. This is a very simplified timeline of control, cross-border mobility control measures by de facto states. This is they largely started with entry bans for Chinese nationals and proceeded with temperature checks, questionnaires, isolation of potential infection carriers. It was done by internationally recognized states. But the case of Transnistria is specific because Transnistria was one of few polities that implemented compulsory isolation policy for most of suspected infection carriers until the end of 2020. So they had enough facilities to hold this, unfortunately, suspects, and these facilities and these capacities were exhausted only by the end of 2020. So after that, de facto states and the neighbors restricted cross-border movement. In most of cases, de facto states were first who closed their borders with parent states, but none of them closed their borders with patron states first. It is an important feature. After that, granting additional powers to healthcare ministries as in cases of Donetsk and Lugansk People Republics, and to consumer protection committees as it was done in South Ossetia. But other polities did not follow this pattern. So in July and September, or more precisely, some opened in October, de facto states reopened their borders with patron states and temporarily with some parent states. But it was done, it is important, this is simplification. It was done to a limited extent with some reservations. And the case of Donetsk and Lugansk, of differences between Donetsk and Lugansk People Republics border policies is very interesting. So at first, Donetsk People Republic was a little bit more liberal. It closed its border with Russia 20 days after it was done by Lugansk People Republics. But after that, Lugansk People Republic's policy became more liberal. So Lugansk People Republic was more willing to reopen its border with Ukraine to a great extent than the Donetsk People Republic. Probably it was related to specific features of Lugansk, Ukraine proper border, because the main checkpoint was situated near the city of Lugansk itself. And Lugansk People Republic allowed 20 times more people to cross the border in July. So evidently, Lugansk People Republic was much more interested in reopening its border with Ukraine. And as a result, the border between Donetsk and Lugansk People Republic continued to be closed until now, not at least because of their contradictions, probably first because of their contradictions over cross-border movement with Ukraine, exactly. And let me proceed with these two main sorts of borders: de facto state parent state borders and de facto patron state borders. So, in case of de facto parent state borders, almost everything is bad. They have evidently divergent policies for controlling cross-border mobility. And those de facto states that tried to reduce cross-border communication to minimum before the pandemic proceeded with these policies. They closed with these policies. They closed their borders with Abkhazia and South Ossetia closed their borders with Georgia at first convenience. The case of Transnistria was more complicated, but it also was eager to close its border with Moldova at first occasion, but probably because it genuinely was afraid about the pandemic. In the case of Ukraine, Ukraine was the first to close its border with two people's republics. And among other things, this closure paralyzed the above mentioned program for reunification of people of Donbass. Mutual rhetorical exchanges and propaganda attacks, of course, was there. Both sides portrayed each other as being incapable of stop uncontrolled spread of infection and facing humanitarian catastrophe, while framing oneself as capable to control the pandemic. And sometimes even the pandemic was represented as an agent of a hostile parent states, for example, in Armenia and Karabakh as an ally of Azerbaijan during the autumn war. And even more in South Ossetia, it was represented as a result of purposeful dissemination by Georgia-based Luga lab to South Ossetia via bats that were sent to South Ossetia to disseminate coronavirus. Parent states tried delegitimizing harsh pandemic border control measures introduced by de facto states, represented them as a kind of border dictators that marginalized the residents and deprived them of emergency access to decent healthcare services. Namely, Georgia criticized South Ossetia and Moldova criticized Transnistria for that. In its turn, Transnistria accused Moldova of creating obstacles for imports of medical goods and of some kinds of non-medical equipments. Also, reluctance to lift restrictions for cross-border movement when the epidemic situation got better. At the same time, there were some instances of cooperation, although partial and with divergent, and during this cooperation, parties pursued divergent aims. It was some kind of partial cooperative game. Of course, deep mutual mistrust typically hindered even modest cooperative moves. Some de facto states rejected direct offers of parent states to deliver humanitarian aid, considering such offers as covert efforts to achieve reintegration by soft means. Some de facto states, that means first of all South Ossetia and also to Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics. Still, cross-border cooperation with some elements of interdependence continued between Moldova and Transnistria. This cooperation intertwined with harsh rhetorical exchanges, but at least cooperation was there. Transnistria continued sending testing samples, testing kits, and some patients with severe conditions. Testing samples, I'm sorry, to Chisinau, and some patients with severe conditions were also sent to Moldovan capital. Also, Transnistria purchased some crucially important medical drug for coronavirus treatment via Moldova. It was also exactly Moldova who helped to set up a laboratory in Transnistria and trained personnel for it. Also, Moldovan official bodies cooperated with Tiraspol in its effort to repatriate Transnistrian residents who got stuck abroad during the pandemic. The case of Abkhazia is interesting. Abkhazian policy proved to be divergent from South Ossetian one, non-cooperation, total non-cooperation. While Abkhazia allowed some non-advertised cross-border cooperation with Georgia, such as expertise, consultation, and receiving humanitarian aid via international organizations and programs. This mediated cooperation is typical for last year's Abkhazian-Georgian relations. And it is important that humanitarian aid from international organizations in most of cases could be delivered via a border state, a border with a patron state only. What concerns de facto and patron states borders? No, again, no post-Soviet de facto state was first to close its border with its patron state, and at the same time, patron states made some notable exceptions in the immigration restrictions. In the case of Russia, residents of two People's Republic were allowed to cross Russian borders after March 20, after restrictions on Russia's border crossing was introduced. And it was justified by humanitarian reasons. Patron states were also not subjected to pronounced discursive criticism in de facto states media. As infection pest holes, probably they deserved such criticism, but of course they were reluctant by quite explainable reasons. But rather, patron states were praised as suppliers of vitally important aid, such as tests, ventilators, computed tomography scanners, and so on. But there were some problems. At the peak of the pandemic, patron states usually pursued some kind of healthcare nationalism policies and helped their clients just by residual principle. And when the pandemic, however, when the pandemic peak was over, amounts of aid increased. And it is interesting that coronavirus pandemic changed security perceptions of by de facto states somewhat. Now patron states for the first time became not only sources of vital aid, but also security threats as the main infection foci. And some de facto states were hesitant to open their borders with patrons. For example, when Abkhazia opened its border for Russian tourists on August the 1st, it met some opposition in the Abkhazian healthcare ministry. Of course, this opposition was suppressed by still. And let me proceed with conclusion. So, like in the cases of usual border controls by de facto states, we used to identify infection carriers. Immigration restrictions were used to curb human mobility. Border controls were used to separate policies with different sanitary regimes and capacities. It even could apply to apparently similar Donetsk and Lugansk people's republics. But there were some differences. De facto states' pandemic sanitary regimes were not considered legitimate by international community, except patron states. And parent states used this chance, such as Georgia and Moldova used this chance to challenge this border control, pandemic border regime. There were scarce options for cross-border cooperation. Again, de facto states largely have to choose between borders with parent states and patron states with the advantages and disadvantages. And meanwhile, cross-border communication with patron states suddenly became a security threat. So, even those de facto states that faced similar problems and threats chose different approaches towards relations with parent states and towards granting extraordinary border control powers to their sanitary agencies. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much, Sergei, for this very detailed overview, and you definitely had the visually most dynamic presentation. So that was interesting to see too. Okay, we move on. Last but not least, another presentation by Vladimir Kolosov with Maria Sotova, and the topic is the parent state and geopolitical representations of Abkhazian and Transnistrian citizens. I don't know who wants to start or if you share the presentation. But we can see it already.
Vladimir needs to unmute.
currently see him. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, but I have to see my presentation. Sorry.
No worries.
It was so easy.
I think it's reasonable. Switch demonstration off and start it again,
Okay.
maybe.
Okay, yes. It's okay now? Again.
When you start demonstration, choose the screen with presentation, not with рабочий стол.
Mm-hmm. It's okay now?
So far, we don't see a presentation.
Yeah. Mm. Oh, it's okay.
I think
guess.
it's starting. Yes, there we are.
F5, Владимир Александрович, нажмите F5.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't work well. Okay. Okay, our presentation results from our work on the project funded by Russian Science Foundation, devoted to the risks emanating from non-recognized states on the post-Soviet space. The objective of this study is to analyze the relation between the economic situation, political discourse, and the attitude of Abkhazian and Transnistrian citizens to the parent state. The research questions are, does the dynamics of the economy and the level of incomes affect the competition between the unrecognized republics and their parent states for the loyalty of citizens? What is the impact of the official political discourse on the attitude of different social and territorial groups to the parent states? It's a classical question of critical geopolitics. Is the attitude to the parent state connected with state building, identity, and representations on independence? Why Abkhazia and Transnistria? A lot has been already said about Abkhazia, its particular identity, about the existential nature of the conflict between Abkhazia and Georgia. I would add that the war was between Abkhazia and Georgia was rather long and took about 13 months, unlike a relatively short hot phase of the conflict between Moldova and Transnistria. Unlike Abkhazia and Georgia, there is no acute conflict of identities between Transnistria and Moldova. The contradictions are of ideological nature and relate to the prospects of both polities. Finally, it is rather important for us, the border between Transnistria and Moldova has been always open. The Republic depended economically on the interactions on the export to a wide range of partners from post-Soviet states till EU countries. Significant part of Transnistrians are involved in regular, sometimes daily travels to the parent state, which has a significant impact on social representations. We analyzed official statistical data of Transnistria and Abkhazia and their neighbors in order to compare the economic situation in neighboring regions on the regional level. We conducted focus groups. We used official information from the websites of the presidents, foreign ministries, the parliaments of both Transnistria and Abkhazia, and information from local media, Absny Press, in case of Abkhazia, which publishes summaries of other newspapers, other media in Abkhazia, and Dnistrovskaya Pravda in Transnistria in 2020, early 2020. Media reports were divided into the following groups: economic situation, including social policy, welfare, and so on, independence as responsibility, identity building tools, narratives, interactions with foreign countries, and in particular relations with parent state and its perception in relations with outside world. In total, we conducted 7 focus groups in Abkhazia in September 2020. We decided to separate focus group with men, ethnic Abkhazes living in Sukhumi, women, because in order to exclude the influence of men to women's opinions. All ethnic groups in Sukhumi taken together, Armenians from Sukhumi and other districts, and all ethnic groups into cities. Gagra, not far from the border with Russia, or Chamchira, this is a mistake, or Chamchira in Abkhazian, and Chamchira in Georgian, and Georgians from Gali, obviously. And 6 focus groups were held in October 2020 in Transnistria, in Tiraspol. Our respondents were young people, Russians, all ethnic groups in the city of Bendera, the second city, largest city in Transnistria, situated on the other bank of the Dniester. All ethnic groups over 45 in Tiraspol, Ukrainians living in Ribnitsa district, and Moldovans from Dubosare. The guide comprised a number of questions. I don't enter into details now. And I switch directly to a comparison of economic indicators between Transnistria and neighboring regions of Ukraine, and between Abkhazia and their neighbors in Russia and in Georgia. It is clear that Abkhazia and South Ossetia still lag notably behind the neighboring regions of Georgia. In Russia, even the poorest regions of these 2 countries, in terms of per capita industrial production, 50 to 90% lower. But nevertheless, thanks to export, Abkhazia has come close to the neighboring regions of Russia in terms of per capita agricultural production. In terms of per capita retail turnover in comparison with GRP per capita, Abkhazia lags notably behind neighboring regions. This indicator in Abkhazia is 10 to 90% lower than the neighboring Russian regions, particularly in Krasnodar, and 30% lower than the average indicator in Georgia. These gradients affect cross-border mobility between non-recognized states and neighboring countries. Residents of Abkhazia, especially the border Gagra district, regularly travel to Sochi and other cities of the Krasnodar Krai to purchase goods that are cheaper and often of high quality, like household goods, construction materials, foodstuff, and so on. And wealthy people travel to Russia at weekends for leisure and to shop in large shopping centers. In the low season, they go to the resorts of the Krasnodar Krai. As for Transnistria, the same situation. You know, of course, that Transnistria was the most developed territory, part of Soviet Moldova, the most urbanized and the most industrialized. But with year, it was losing its advantage. And before recently, Transnistria has been approximately on an equal footing with its parent state, although having some superiority of it in the availability and provision of public services, as well as the level of wages. However, it already loses this competition in terms of per capita GRP indicators, particularly in 2019, since 2018 and until recently. the situation in Transnistria is depressive because a significant part of fixed asset, particularly industry, is outdated morally and physically. The structure of its economy is being simplified, and paradoxically, the area territory with extremely favorable conditions for agriculture now imports most of foodstuff. The share of material production in the structure of value added is decreasing. The state budget is deficient, suffers from deficiency, and its external debt is several times higher than the GDP. Domestic market is shrinking because of depopulation and, of course, the economic situation, and is affected by political crisis in relation with Moldova and Ukraine now since 2014, and it is not attractive for foreign investors. There are numerous economic restrictions imposed by Moldova, like double customs clearance, impossibility to open accounts in foreign banks, inability to loan from international foundations. Oh, sorry, it's again. This graph shows socio-economic discontinuities along the borders of Transnistria and Moldova and cross-border interaction. What is
Vladimir, we can't hear you anymore. You're muted. We can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
now?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect. Yes.
Sorry. So what is interesting to notice on looking to this graph is that in neighboring regions of Russia and Georgia, average wages were growing, while in Abkhazia, they remain the same between 2011 and 2018. So the gap between the Republic and the neighboring regions of Russia and Georgia was increasing. This, in terms of average incomes corrected by purchasing power parity, was almost the same. This situation was partly smoothed out by cross-border travels of residents of the non-recognized republic, allowing them to meet their everyday needs to partially compensate for the low level of income due to access to cheaper and better goods. In Abkhazia, Russian aid has to make up about 60% of incomes of the state budget in 2020, and this, the situation is not improving. For unrecognized polities, the ability to retain population became an important criterion for successful competition with the parent state for citizens' loyalty, the legitimacy of political regimes, and claims to sovereignty. Unrecognized republics can choose three main types of strategies to strengthen their internal legitimacy. First, they can improve, of course, the life of citizens, to develop and modernize education, healthcare system, and other public services. Secondly, they can implement political reforms and expand social support in order to expand social support. Thirdly, they can try to consolidate society, suppressing possible opposition in the face of real and perceived external threats, though political mobilization of citizens has its limits, as it was shown in the presentation at our workshop. So, of course, economic problems strongly affected the character of the official discourse in both republic, and then I will show the impact of the situation on the perception, the opinion of citizens on independence and the relations with the parent state. The presidential discourse in Abkhazia is strongly personified. It didn't change after under new President Aslan Jania, and it has a bravura character. The focus is made on internal politics, on economic achievement, real or perceived economic achievement, while much less attention is paid to foreign relations. And Georgia and Western countries and the US are demonized through the rhetoric of victimization. Georgia is accused of revanchist sentiments with all the support of a number of Western countries, especially the United States. It has been already shown in the presentation at our workshop. On the contrary, the discourse of the foreign ministry is much more focused on foreign relations and on Georgia in particular. Harsh comments on any statements or actions of the Georgian side are emphasized. Any articles depicting a gloomy picture of what is happening in Abkhazia are refuted and condemned. The emphasis is made on the pressure and interference in the internal affairs of Abkhazia. For instance, regarding the use of Sukhum airport without the permission of the Georgian aviation authorities. Many other examples can be quoted. The objective is always the same: to raise internal legitimacy of the Abkhazian state in stressing its sovereignty and consistency of the state institution. But since 2014, it is being developed in the new context: the rejections of a multi-vector foreign policy and the awareness of the futility of meeting the demands of the West regarding, for instance, democratization. Because anyway, an unrecognized republic strongly connected with its patron, Russia, can't achieve something in this direction. The foreign ministry asserts that Abkhazia possesses of all the attributes of an independent state, is willing to fully participate in international relations, and even the smallest successes in building relationships with all kinds of foreign partners are always advertised on. Media discourse on Georgia and Abkhazia, it was, I don't want to repeat what has been already said. Just briefly, it plays a subordinate but a special role in this. It emphasizes the threat to the security of Abkhazia and the entire South Caucasus. It includes the attempts to write off the economic difficulties of the republic and the lack of external legitimacy to the confrontations with Georgia. Georgia is traditionally pictured as the worst enemy and aggressor that prevents Abkhazia from developing. Georgia is portrayed in the US-occupied state, a pawn in the American geopolitical game, and as a state which suffers from a protracted economic crisis. It's important to stress that Georgia peacefulness, the different declarations, the last proposals from the Georgian side are proclaimed declarative. The purpose of such rhetoric, to the opinion of Abkhazian leaders, is to debunk the humanistic pathos of the speeches of current Georgian leaders. Following, what is the impact of all this rhetoric and the economic situation on public opinion? An analysis of our focus groups show that exactly all respondents agree that in addition of relations of independence of Abkhazia and the signing of an agreement over the non-use of force. So our main message is that the opinion of our respondents matched the repeated the arguments evoked by the officials, by the state's leader. What the results of scripts of our focus group, and I would like to stress. The first one, after the collapse of the USSR, when we were left alone with Georgia, the question was, do we survive or we perish? So again, on the individual level, our respondent would like to show that the conflict with Georgia had an existential nature for them. Georgian, at least Georgian propaganda, put in doubt the very existence of Abkhazia, of a specific Abkhazian identity, and the question is about the conflict over land, which is the worst kind of conflicts, as many, for instance, Israeli scholars have shown. We will remain enemies forever, some respondents told us. The possibility to return real estates to Georgian refugees is denied. Respondents are convinced that the Georgian side caused more damage to Abkhazia. Respondents refuse to live together with Georgians as friendly as before the war, because Georgia is no longer what it used to be. Georgia. The perception of Georgian attempts to reconcile with Abkhazia are considered as hypocritical. The respondents disapprove Georgia's desire to shift the blame for unleashing the conflict with Abkhazia onto the imperial or neo-imperial policy of Russia. They believe that life in Abkhazia is better than in Georgia. Most respondents have never been to Georgia or have been there for the last time many years ago, but they are convinced that in general Abkhazia lives better economically than Georgia. Here in Abkhazia, tourism and the fact that it's actually not taxed and gives some kind of backlash, some kind of horizon of opportunities. They are convinced that the border with Georgia should be closed. Honestly, we have been living without them for 28 years, and I think we will. Responded Abkhaz from Ochamchira or Ochamchira. In general, it's necessary to close it completely, I think so. Official discourse in Transnistria, the same nature. It's often emphasized that culture and family ties integrate Transnistria and Moldova on the one hand, that Moldova is a close neighbor and partner. This word is used by Transnistrian media. But the perception of Moldova is determined on the one hand by its relation with Romania and creeping Romanization, and on the other hand by the dissemination of the ideology of Moldovanism. But the reaction of Moldovan discussion about possible unification with Transnistria is the fear of identity recoding and absorption by Romania. Joint military exercises of Moldova and NATO and the agreement on a free trade zone with the European Union are considered as threats. Transnistrian leaders always stress the risks of instability and unpredictability of the relations with Chisinau, their strong dependence on the internal political situation in Moldova. The emphasis is placed on the values of sovereignty and independence, the consistency and the competitiveness of state institutions, the effectiveness of relations between the authorities and the population, the Transnistrian identity, and the concept of a peaceful multi-ethnic nation integrated by Slavic and Orthodox traditions, Russian language and culture. Still, we observe some signs of a cleavage in society based on the views to the prospect of the republic. Most citizens, on the one hand, most citizens remain the bearers of a specific identity, be it regional or national, political, share the idea of independence and are oriented towards Russia. In their view, citizens of Transnistria are united by specific values, the main of which is internationalism. So our respondents repeated the arguments as well as in Abkhazia, the arguments raised by in the official discourse by the officials. But on the other hand, another part of respondents are tired of living in an unrecognized state, low incomes and stagnation. They are skeptical about the prospects of joining Russia, They even believe that it is impossible, and they see that Transnistria is returning to the bosom of the mother state most likely. It is quite possible that if Moldova becomes a full-fledged member of the European Union, actually in terms of people's living standards, then it's quite possible that Transnistria will quickly join it. Everyday practices and the forced comparison of life in the Transnistria and other states, including Moldova, undermine the faith in the future of the unrecognized republic. I would like to repeat that a lot of residents of Tiraspol, Dubasare, Ribnica, and other places, Transnistria, regularly go to Moldova, and particularly to Chisinau, Chisinau for shopping, and even there are even pendular migrants. They compare the situation and they come to the conclusion that if we have officially recognized borders, we can officially trade, we can officially do business, we can officially do everything. That's it. Just to feel like white people recognized with rights on the international level. But these opinions were most often expressed by younger people located only in 50, 60 kilometers from Chisinau, and many residents of Bandera commute because the city is situated very close, and it has very good communications, transport communications with Chisinau. They even are ready to come back to Moldova to become again or to become citizens of Moldova nationals. But they do not overestimate the economic progress, economic achievements in Moldova at the same time, because they are perfectly aware that Moldova is the poorest state in Europe, that the income in Moldova are very low as compared with neighboring states, with Romania, Russia, or even Ukraine. And the main solution in both Moldova and Transnistria for the most dynamic younger people is immigration. That's why the population of Moldova and Transnistria is quickly decreasing. They suffer from stagnant depopulation. Here you see some figures on the population because of both natural decrease and the negative balance of migrations. We published a couple of months ago a paper on the population, the impact of the population in Moldova and Transnistria on political situation in these polities. In Abkhazia, many respondents, especially young people, are in favor of negotiations and good neighborly relations with the parent state, restorations of communication with it, but only on the condition that Georgia recognizes the republic. All the people recall the Soviet years, as always. Let's live together, we want to live together, we all grew up together. They note family ties with Mingrelians and contacts with relatives in Georgia. In comparing the economic situation in Abkhazia and Georgia, some more informed younger residents of Sukhumi and Gagra and Gali, of course, note a higher standard of living in large Georgian cities, primarily in Tbilisi, of course, better education and medical services, cheaper than in Russia, better conditions of doing business, and order in general. Residents of Gali districts who regularly travel to Georgia are absolutely unanimous that the economic situation in Georgia is better. I don't stop on the case of Gali because it's a special problem. It has been already mentioned today. One of the last slides on the freedom of movement. Of course, it is highly valued by younger people in Abkhazia and Transnistria, by better educated people. In Abkhazia, the respondents are deeply interested in the removal of restrictions on travel abroad imposed by the lack of political status. Many Abkhazian and Georgian families have relatives all over the world. We were surprised how various is the geography of family ties, not only in Russia, but in Georgia, but also in Turkey, other countries of the former USSR, West Europe, and the USA. Young university professors and employees of scientific research institutions would like to build a career, having an opportunity to exchange with their foreign colleagues. In Transnistria, the pandemic and the closed border have further exacerbated the contradictions that have accumulated in the state. We are dissatisfied, we are isolated, we are used to travel, to exchange with abroad with some goods, food, but now it's completely sad, not interesting to live, told us a woman, Moldovan woman, 56 years old. Many of us passed medical exams in the medical institution of Chisinau. Now, of course, it's very difficult because travel there is limited. Some conclusions, as they say, often say in Russia, the struggle between TV and the refrigerator, between material conditions and ideology. The first conclusion is that the public opinion in both Abkhazia and Transnistria mostly share the views and the values of the official discourse and appreciates independence. Independence is still value added by most respondents. However, there are some signs of fatigue from inconveniences of life in an unrecognized republic and low income and economic gap as compared with neighboring countries and regions. The regional level is very important in the parent states, especially among young people, and particularly some social territorial groups like the residents of Benderi or Gali. Such signs are much more visible, of course, for obvious reasons in Transnistria and in isolated Abkhazia. And with time, of course, it can lead to serious political shifts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. And now Gerard has the impossible task to offer comments in, I think, about 10 minutes. So Gerard, good luck to you.
Okay, thank you. I think what we have heard are really 4 excellent presentations on the problematic of de facto states that we've been wrestling with for a long time. And you know, that initial problematic, those of you who have been working in this field, and a lot of you have been for a long time, is of course, why do the de facto states survive? And the argument that was made initially is, of course, internal legitimacy, that de facto states have internal legitimacy. And I think you can look at these studies as 4 reports on the state of internal legitimacy, looking at democracy, looking at the question of security, looking at the question of health, and then looking at the question of economic position and the degree to which the de facto states are delivering or not. And I think in all cases, the picture is one that is much more fluid and uncertain and imperfect than it was in the past, in as much as the argument is, well, they have internal legitimacy, that's why they survive. Well, actually, that internal legitimacy is subject to shifts and to changes. So let's talk first of all about the papers. Magdalena's paper, I thought, was really an excellent delivery on what Scott had asked, or at least, you know, obviously it's a spurious connection, but what Scott was laying out was a vision of how we can do comparative work. And you have done it because what you've done is like expand the universe of comparisons. Giorgio Kamai did this with his essay on comparing de facto states to the Pacific Islands. You're taking a literature and expanding the whole question of democracy and relating it to smallness and small stateness. So I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed the discussion. I think most of you would have enjoyed the discussion of, okay, what are the actual characteristics of democracy within small states? The discussion of single pyramid versus multiple pyramid structures, the patronal nature of and highly personalistic nature of politics there. The questions I was left with, because you conclude that size it matters here, and that's really quite significant. What do we make of the fact that there are some de facto states that are large? Taiwan has 23.5 million people. The DNR, the NNR, is a new phenomenon that's occurred within the last 10 years. 2 million people of a different size, a different category. So how do you think about that? And how does that particular, that larger scale issue impact your argument? And then I also, in giving your presentation, and the way you set it up is that democracy occurs because of contingent domestic factors or internal factors. And it's in a very imperfect form of democracy, which has got its own local characteristics. But there is a larger context. And that larger context is where, at least even if it wasn't sincere, or even if it was only a secondary argument, the argument was made to visiting researchers that we are looking for, hoping for, acquiring earned sovereignty by demonstrating that we hold regular elections, and that when an election occurs and an opposition candidate wins, there's a turnover of power. But since 2014, of course, that as a sort of a salient discourse, as a legitimate discourse in the international arena, has been severely challenged. Democracy is seen on the wane, and there's considerable angst about that in the United States and Europe and elsewhere. So if you could comment a little bit on that change as legitimating the forms of sometimes rough forms of democracy and sort of captured forms of democracy that we see in the de facto states that you've studied. So those are my comments on Magdalena's paper. On Ariane's paper, I really enjoyed this. It's tremendous to see the work that you're doing here. You probably are aware that there's other researchers that have done work in this, and I've just supervised the PhD of a Georgian now a PhD, Gela Merabashvili, who did comparative work looking at borderization relative to border wall construction in Hungary, and then also in Israel-Palestine. And there's a woman called Ariel Arturba, who has also worked along at this, as well as long-standing researchers that most people will know, like Susanna Allen. So my question to you was, I'm not convinced that the case of the initial connection you made between Stefan's work on fences and border walls, I'm not convinced that the Georgian case is necessarily a good example of that. I think that it's got so many, it's borderization, and therefore it's the erection of a contested, not border, but it is a de facto state seeking to create a hardened border, which is highly contested. It seems that it's got very peculiar structures. And we saw a presentation yesterday where really kind of interesting connections could be made with the emergence of a border regime in the Donbass. And I'm wondering whether Georgia's experience is the future that is facing the Donbass. But the question I have is, in terms of field work, is the degree to which you're limited by the fact that you can only look at one side. And you're talking to only one set of figures. And, I and Gala wrote on how the South Ossetian border is used as a sort of vehicle for the presentation of Georgia as a geopolitical victim of Russian aggression, and how that sort of works internationally. And it seems that in your interview with the Georgian official you talked about, he said this is a new strategy by Georgia, or by Russia. And it, as you know, you quoted that group, what is it, Strength in Unity, which is a very hardline group. Could you give us some sense of that, the ways in which that functions, and also how it functions? And this is one of the things that Gala and I did, how it functions within Georgian politics. It's a very polarized political context. Saakashvili sought to use borderization in order to outflank the Georgian dream. It creates a hyper-patrioticness, and the pose of the figure at the border saying, we need to do this, is now a sort of classic demagogic theater and move. And I think that that's an aspect that I'd like to hear more, particularly that incidence that you talk about, and the different factors, different forces at work, because it does seem to me that there are also local entrepreneurs on the Georgian side that are seeking to use the border issue for their own, to vault their own prominence within politics within Georgia. And I wonder if that's the case with this Strength and Unity particular group. Sergei's presentation, visually A1, top marks for that. Very, very interesting. But what a great topic, and what a great set of research, empirics, and doggedly kind of tracing it. So hats off to you for that particular work. And also for pointing out the ways in which healthcare is an informational battlefield. The question I had for you was to the issue of internal legitimacy. Healthcare is public goods provision. The DNR, LNR have failed quite significantly, in terms of the capacity of that state to maintain the healthcare system that was there. There's significant failings in Abkhazia and elsewhere. How does that impact legitimacy? Is there a breaking point? Is there a moment where this becomes, by virtue of failure in this, this basic requirement of the state, public goods provision, if the state fails in this, is there an eruption, or is it a case that everything is going to be overwhelmed by the political authorities and by the larger geopolitical context? So that in one sense, what people think and the failures, there's never going to be a moment of accountability that there was, you could argue, in 2020 in the United States with the failure of the Trump administration with COVID. Vladimir's presentation, again, a fantastically rich set of empirics, so I really enjoyed hearing about that, and bringing out the contrast between Abkhazia and Transnistria. In reading that, you would think that Transnistria is a failing state. It is a failing de facto state, and perhaps that's a category that we may want to start thinking about. is that there is a certain internal legitimacy that cohered as a consequence of the moment of formation of the de facto state. But the longer they go on, and the further the fading or the tiredness, and you use the term fatigue, the further of the fatigue with the mythologies of the state that are being produced, I wonder, does that therefore lead to a moment where you have your respondents saying, you know, Transnistria, we would join Moldova if Moldova joins the European Union. And we do know, because of the passport issue, that a lot of Transnistrians took out Moldovan passports because of the visa-free travel. And so that's a fascinating case. And so, you know, talking about that and what that means is, I think, something that is on the agenda for the next 10 years of research on de facto states. And with that, I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Gerard. I think we give you each a brief opportunity to respond. There were quite a lot of great points raised. Maybe we go in the order in which you presented, and we start with you, Magdalena. I mean, feel free to pick up some points. We probably won't go through or can't get through everything, but over to you, Magdalena.
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. So you had two questions, and I'm not sure that I have answers, but I do have some probably brainstorming. So what about those de facto states that are larger than 1 million residents? I would probably say that the literature on small states would respond to that as follows. The 1 million is arbitrary and is just like a figure that is consensual, but at the same time, what is the point of this smallness is this societal ecology. So I would probably go to Taiwan or other de facto states and study this societal ecology in order to see if it has an impact on the practices of democracy on the ground. And at the other side, probably the larger, and there is some like spectrum. I've seen that in literature. There's a spectrum. So the larger the size, probably, arguably, it allows the country to fit better the democracy definitions as it is defined in the literature on democratizations. So there's something like that. Okay. Then what about the external factor and the larger picture? So I do not pretend that the external factor has no impact whatsoever. I'm not sure what research design I should have to grasp to measure which one, the size or the non-recognition, is more or less important. I'm not sure that we can grasp that, actually measure that. That being said, I think that it is important to distinguish two moments: the moment of the starting of transition, and then maintaining elections and democracy de façade or whatever. So, and I would still think that internal struggles explain better the start of democratizations, the moment of observed pluralism. But then there's like a path dependency and reinforcement with the discourse that is given to the external actors, but also for internal legitimacy. We are democratic, here we have elections, etc., etc. It's both for external audiences and internal audiences. So I'm not sure that I respond, but in the short time I have, and with the results that I don't have yet, this is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we move on to you, Ariane.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments, Gerard or Gerard. I don't know how to pronounce your first name. I agree with you with many things. Field access, of course, is a problem, although many informations are available on internet. I, of course, know the articles that you published with Gela Merabishvili that I have read very carefully, especially for writing chapter with Sabine von Lois and Beate Eschmann publication, which is dealing about borderization activities. I agree with you. Borderization from the Georgian point of view is first, it's touching, how can I say, different scales of factors. And this is shown in your article, when you speak about border tourism, for instance, and when now you were talking about demagogic theater. I agree with you, but I don't really know what was your critics about the shift in policy. But I think what I understood about what this person told me is that before 2019, Russia was the main actors who was in charge of delimitation and demarcation and surveillance of the border. And as a chief negotiator, he could witness for years that before taking any decision, Ossetians would wait for Russians to give their permit. You understand? So I think what is interesting that now South Ossetians are coming on the scene. You were talking about theater, and I think I agree with this image that what is happening on this border is a theater. And yeah, to me, I mean, yeah, I think I cannot answer more this question. And what concerned your first point about Stéphane Rosier's book, of course, you're right. What is happening in Donetsk is maybe more relevant as a comparison, because this process of fencing is, of course, linked to gaining sovereignty or reaffirming sovereignty over the territory. But still, I always thought it was interesting to put in perspective this process of borderization in the worldwide context of fencing. Because if this is also a global trend, I think we should maybe a bit diminish the extent of what is happening in Georgia, since it's also happening in many other places of the world. And for me, also the point of Stéphane Rosier that fence have, of course, in the speech, the aim is to bring security, but the real aim of this fence are against migration. And here again, even in the Georgian cases, it's also against migration. Migration which can bring contact, and this is what they want to avoid. So in my opinion, yes, his book is also very interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we move on to Sergei.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, healthcare does matter for for de facto state building. It is an essential element of this state building. It is probably one of the key features what distinguish de facto state from some warlordist system. But unfortunately, I have a poor idea on what happened in 1990s in Abkhazia or South Ossetia. I definitely should do this research. It is evidently that they faced much more serious problems in the healthcare systems than they face now, but probably people at that times people were more inclined to bear these problems as an immediate cost of independence. Now almost everybody is relatively okay. Transnistria and so it doesn't make essential damage to these de facto states. Sovereignty healthcare issues, though healthcare issues are there, especially this personnel deficit because many are willing to immigrate and outdated facilities and so on. But still, to Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics and Transnistria are in better positions because they have better infrastructures, they have healthcare education, and even limited production of some medical drugs. Abkhazia and South Ossetia has their capacities of their healthcare systems capacities smaller, but Abkhazia is empowered by the need to receive Russian tourists, and South Ossetia is also empowered by Russian health. Residents of these two republics are in Russian healthcare protection, have Russian healthcare policies. They can receive medical, they have received serious aid in Russia, and some can even receive medical healthcare aid in Georgia. So despite of many problems, they are accustomed to manage them. So they have systems empowered again by the Russian healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Vladimir.
Thank you for your comments, Gerard. Indeed, I believe that the situation in Transnistria is the most difficult, maybe except DNR and LNR. Because of its isolation and because of neighborhood with two hostile countries, more or less hostile, Moldova and Ukraine. In preparing our paper, we discussed with Maria our conclusions, and both of us had a tendency to exaggerate these new trends in public opinion. We emphasized in our presentation, because we should not underestimate still high support of independence among Transnistrian population. I would, most people still are in favor of independent existence, and if Transnistria can be called failed de facto states, it's still in the future. Not now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have, with very interesting papers and comments, already gone over our time limit, but maybe we just check if somebody wants to ask a question or make a brief comment on these papers, and then I will hand over to Vladimir, who I think wanted to go back to the previous session, but I leave that to the main master of ceremonies. But does anybody want to jump into the discussion? If I may sort of abuse my position, and I wanted to kind of react to your kind of research design issue, Magdalena, and I was wondering, I find it really interesting to use the small states and the small size as an argument together with recognition, non-recognition. But I was wondering, in order to actually really get at what it is and whether recognition matters, I'm not really sure one can get at that by looking at small states that are recognized and then non-recognized small or not so small statelets or de facto states. I mean, ideally, I think one would need from that list of small states cases that were once for a while non-recognized and then became recognized, not to sort of to have that variation over time, or maybe that could be part of the research design, no? Because otherwise there could still be many other specific or broader points that could matter and make it look as if one or the other is important, because they're all quite specific, probably in particular kind of their history, how they got to be recognized or non-recognized. So anyway, that was just one thought. If maybe over time variation would be a great element maybe of the research design. But that's just was a reaction.
Right, yeah, thank you. I will tackle with it. Thank you very much. Yes, good idea.
Are there any other comments or questions?
I have a question, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was absolutely elucidating workshop, and I just want to ask maybe Magdalena, maybe somebody else. I'm just a little bit feeling controversial about the statement that the democratization process and democratization is neatly connected to unrecognition. And in case of Nagorno-Karabakh, I would maybe say that it's a process, and we can see this idea of following the rule of standards before status, and then after having this non-recognition, we can see this backlash. And I would say about Nagorno-Karabakh context that we can even see the radicalization of the democratic discourse rather than vice versa. But what is really maybe if we apply all these ideas and factors to Nagorno-Karabakh context, the size is really important. But at the same time, the size is important in sense that this, let's say, face-to-face communication between elites, political elites, and people, population is absolutely vivid and unprecedented. But at the same time, it seems to me that we can see that this the level of patron clientelism again is very high because of size, because this is scarce, the resources are scarce in these societies, and this is very easy to manipulate people via giving them access to social resources. So my question is, if I would, my criteria would be the attitude of to a monopoly of force. I mean, to strengthening this democratic institution like security sector reform and demobilization and reintegration, mobilization, demobilization, and reintegration. And I think, what do you think about these criteria? Because to me, it is quite important to see how these de facto governments actually manage these questions, these reforms. And in case of Nagorno-Karabakh, we can see that it works quite well. Thank you.
Magdalena, do you want to pick that up or just leave it as a comment or something to think about later?
I think it's something to think, but I think that actually you confirm what I said with the smallness and the face-to-face, and this is something that is in the literature. What is important to know is that in the small countries, that this literature is new for me, so just bear with me. They are scored by Freedom House as being free or partly free. But the fact that they have face-to-face and patron-client relations, etc., personalism, makes them far from what how democracy is described in the literature. What are the criteria for practicing democracy, etc. So that's one thing. And your question, I think, is not, because I'm not in here in this paper, whatever, beginning of something. I'm not really addressing the question of criteria for recognition. This is not the object of my study. And yes, of course, this is in my book, but there's this sociological state being different from a legal state, and you can have statehood without being legally recognized. So Nagorno-Karabakh is probably faring well. Now it's probably a different case, well, after the war, but faring quite well in terms of output legitimacy and identity legitimacy, but it does not mean that it will be recognized, because it was said before, it is a political question, and it's Donaka paper. It's a political question and not juridic question. Sorry, it's late. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I understood well your comments, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And in view of time, Sergei has already effectively answered a question that came in through the chat. And I think I will at this point thank you all on this panel and hand over to Vladimir. I think you suggested going back to an earlier discussion, but I'm not sure if that's still up to date, but I hand over to you at this point.
I would like to thank you again and again for having accepted our invitation. And I believe that we are the core of a new international academic community who studies the problems on non-recognized states and non-recognized territories. These problems will not certainly disappear. And perhaps, and I'm pretty sure that this community will grow, will become more and more powerful and influential, maybe multidisciplinary. And I also am very glad that we got acquainted with those of us who has never met before, thanks to the pandemic and to Zoom, the Zoom platform. We met in the virtual space. Of course, it's certainly better than not meeting at all. So thank you again. Perhaps our presentations will be transformed into interesting and original academic papers rather soon. See you again, and I'm looking forward to meet again with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you.
Good evening and good night. Good afternoon.
Night.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci, Fabrizio.